I forgot to mod the game. I'm so sorry. I'm late. I know. I I was just preparing everything here, and I thought I was ready, but I was not because I boot up the game to have the Higurashi stuff going on in the background, and the game was not modded, so I had to really quickly do that. How are you guys doing? Thank you for dropping by. All right, it should work. Hopefully, now I'm very hopeful that it does work. Okay, let's find out. Let's turn off the music. If you can even hear that in the background. Subnautica music is very quiet, but I wanted to see if it gets copyright claimed. So I just had it run for a bit. Anyways, I hope you guys had a good week. And are looking or were looking forward to Higurashi because that's what we're doing today. And well, that looks better. That looks a lot better. Okay, hold on. I always forget which BGM do we use? The new or whatever that is? Jin's background music and sound effects, which brings the BGM closer to the original Japanese release. That's what we want, right? So we're using that. We can please pick a language. We want English. I'd also like full screen. Is that F? Yes, it's F. Okay. English. There we go. Yeah, video opening might contain minor spoiler. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. What the fuck? No, chill. Chill out. Chill out. I want to change something here. That is probably much better for this game. So, because the camera is way too big, so you probably wouldn't be able to read the the text, which would be kind of shit. We'll try going with this camera placement and see if we have to change something down the road. For some reason, my camera is giga small on the shorts stream. I'm just noticing that now. Why is that the case? Hold on. Let me fix that real quick. That looks better. That looks better. The whole shorts stream kind of bugged out, I think. I don't know why. It looks weird. The effects aren't there. Where's my angled camera? I have no idea what happened there. Maybe I should just randomly open OBS sometimes to see if something broke out of nowhere. Seems like a good idea. Anyways, hello Dinkler. Hey Marcel. It's time for 40 hours of club activities. It's time for fun. I'm still look, okay. To preface this, people have told me since I started the very first Higurashi that Higurashi 5 is probably the game that most people consider to be the best entry in the series. I'm hoping that's true because I could really use a good one. After I personally didn't really enjoy the third one that much, and I also thought that the fourth one felt very much, like filler. Also, it's hot today and probably starting from today for the rest of the next few months. So I have my fan running, which means I enabled the background noise filter again. If that somehow filters out my voice and I sound weird, please let me know because I don't want that. And I didn't have time to check. Okay, we're disabling the opening because last time we watched the opening, I got a copyright claim. I'd like to avoid that. So let's not watch the opening because it's the same thing all the time anyways, right? It's a general opening for all of the games, I think, because they tend to show stuff that never actually happens. Does the game have audio? It does. The hell is going on? That's new. Okay. That looks completely different from before. I guess I guess the game evolved. Also, I think it's very quiet for you guys, right? Let me turn it up a bit. Maybe like that. Do you hear the Higurashi now? Do you feel like you're playing Higurashi? Higurashi has conditioned me into being excited when something actually happens in the plot. Hey, damn, it's like Persona. Voice, turn that shit down. We don't need that. Skip unread text, hide user interface. Hold on, what does that mean? Let's try that. I want to see what that does. I like not having useless UI. Character sprites. We're using console sprites again, right? Those are the best ones. Otherwise, I think everything looks fine. Actually, let me change something real quick here. Unlock the chat box and put the chat box to the upper right, because otherwise it's gonna overlap with the actual game text and look like shite. Emoji and UI are like oil and water. Look, I'm a minimalist. I like when I see more of the game and less of the UI, which is why I like when games have UI that is either like clair obscur, where the UI is only there when you want it to by pressing a button, or if the UI is at least well designed, like it is in, for example, Persona. But what I don't like is the ever-increasing creeping of mobile UI design into normal video games, like with Shin Megami Tensei 5 did that. I saw that in your stream, where it has constant button prompts for all of the stupid menus you can open, basically thinking you are the biggest idiot in the world by playing this game because you cannot remember the button prompts for opening the menu. And I think that's annoying and insulting to the gamer. So I don't want that. And I like when I can turn it off. Rant over. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's a little thing. It's a little thing. That doesn't mean it can't bother me. Hello, Apollo. Okay, let's start the game. Do we get a difficulty again? Because... Brother, are we going into a... we checking into a hotel? I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Beloved Cutthroat. That's my Shion. Eye-opening chapter. Welcome to the world of Higurashi when they cry, Kai. We finally reached the halfway point. From the viewpoint of the protagonist, try to find the truth behind the tragedy that unfolds. The difficulty is very high. Do they ever make an easy game? It won't be easy to comprehend the motive of the perpetrator. Fuck. What is behind your face? What the hell do you mean? I'm looking at my camera. What is behind my face? You mean Kiriko? Actually, Kiriko, are you alive? You look kind of dead. Yeah, she's just asleep. Alright. Good devs should make more hard games. Yeah, but this is the kind of hard that you don't like. Because Higurashi is essentially not hard in the sense that it requires button inputs or anything. It's hard in the sense that it's hard to understand. That's what the difficulty refers to. How do I turn off auto member? Probably somewhere in your YouTube settings. Or maybe Google settings. Okay, you guys ready? Game sound is good. We'll probably notice once we hear actual music. This is the hard way you have to interpret media. Exactly. And that's what makes it fun. Alright, let's start. Hello? They always do that laugh that I think is supposed to be creepy, but it's literally just children laughing, so I don't think it's creepy at all. So, yeah. This arc includes choices that were added in the console version. These choices result in dialogue changes and can lead to bad ends. Do you want to see those? Yes. What the fuck? Skip additional choices, prompt additional choices, prompt choices, and highlight the correct answer. We'll just prompt the choices and we'll do what we did last time. We'll save when a choice comes up so we can see the bad endings, but we're not gonna replay the whole game just to get the hardcore experience. Like, look, I call it safe scumming. I don't care. We're playing it like that. I'm not wasting my time with clicking. She dropped her beds in the sand, so the girl cried. For 100 years, the girl searched the sands. They might be in the ocean, not the sand, so the girl cried. For 100 years, the girl searched the ocean. Hello, this is a fuck. Okay. I'm guessing we're not reading the intro paragraph again. Even if I wasn't reading it out loud, how are you supposed to wrap your head around that? Is this trying to say that Rika has been searching for a way out for 100 years? Either that or it's a metaphor. I'm leaning more towards that. 7 keys were attached to the keychain. Without knowing which key was the correct one, I had to go by instinct and try every key one by... Okay, this is stupid. I'm gonna change the camera placement, right? Hold on. Because that won't work. We'll do it like that. Otherwise, I'm sorry. Also, I gotta change something on this. I'm gonna show you. Oh, no, I can't show you. Fuck. Wait, maybe I can. Like that. Do you notice something wrong on the vertical stream? Maybe that you can only see half of the screen. Maybe I should fix that. I'm not guessing that many people are gonna show up for a short stream for Higurashi, but I want to at least try. So let's see if I can get that fixed. Still too small. This is gonna look like shit. Okay. Yeah, I think this is okay for now. Redeems don't work. I think that the redeems moved over to the short stream again. And I don't know why they do that. I'm very sorry. We'll just have to roll like that. Yeah, that's what I meant. I can't see behind your face. Oh, that's what you meant. You mean you... Duh. Okay. Yeah, but now you can. Right, now you should be able to. On average, I'd reach the correct key within 3.5 attempts. I'd be fortunate if I could open the lock within the first 3 keys. Where you just learn the keys, you know? And I'd be unfortunate if I didn't. I had to think of the worst case scenario, getting the right key only on the very last attempt. I fought with my nervousness. My head ached from it. I put the key in and turned it. I just needed to repeat that small procedure several more times, but I couldn't stop shaking. You know what would be a cool little twist in the beginning? If this goes on for like a minute or two, and then it's revealed that the person trying out the keys is being chased, and basically their life depends on being lucky with the keys. I can stay the whole stream. That's good, because I put this on Friday for you. Damn. Even a 3-year-old kid can do something this easy. So, am I more childish than a 3-year-old? Whatever, I don't care if I'm clumsy. I just need to try all these keys. Even in the worst case scenario, the lock will open on the 7th try. Oh wait, is this a metaphor for being 8 games? That basically we've got eight games, but we only have 7 keys. Like we only have 7 tries to find the right route, to find to make it out of the loop. But we need 8. Cool. Okay. But although This would be very early because at this point we didn't even know there are 8 games, right? Or did what's his name, Ryukishi? Did he announce that beforehand that it'd be 8 games? Oh, we are cooking. We. Mm. Oh yeah, I like this. I can finally train my Shion voice because I feel like I voice her differently every time. No way. Reality isn't always the same as math. What happened was worse than my worst case scenario. None of the keys worked at all. Oh, is she running away from Mion? Is this like the ending of the second game where she was captured, or was it Mion that was captured? I didn't understand it. I wasn't sure who was who. I could feel the blood draining from my brain. Did I get the wrong set of keys? No, I definitely see a faint marking that says this set is for this door. Am I just reading it wrong? Should I go back to the key cabinet to look for the right one? That would mean a great loss of time. Just by being here, I'm already risking so much. Something that could ruin everything might happen any moment. Listen to buckshish music. Hello there, Effie. I have never heard that word. What the hell is buckshish? If I can't open this lock, do I have to go back to the administration office? The administration office? Is she in school? If there were no other choice, it'd be a waste of time to spend another second here. The administration office wouldn't necessarily be empty at this time. Somebody might come in. I won't be able to look for the right key if that happens. I stood up quickly, as if electrified. I was almost in a panic, and so felt the urge to move. My instinct pushed me. I have to go back there as quick as possible. It's dangerous to be here. It's also dangerous if somebody comes into the administration office. I cooled my head, making it as chilly as possible to repress my fear. Calm down, Shion. Mion wouldn't panic in this situation. Maybe I'm just mistaken? Why don't I try the keys one more time? The next moment, I felt a faint vibration in the air. Somebody was walking somewhere in the hallway. If it were a normal situation, I would have known I wouldn't run into them, since the footsteps were very far away. But at the time, I couldn't think calmly. Ah, shit. Why am I panicking this much just because of footsteps? Calm down, calm down. I should be feeling excited instead. Calm down, calm down. I just need to do what I have to do. I should just ignore the footsteps because they're not an immediate threat. Pretend they aren't there. I have to listen for something much more important right now. Oh, shit. This key should be hard and cold, but it's pliable and hot. What the hell is pliable? It feels like rubber. How could I stick this into a keyhole? Shit, shit, shit. It wasn't the key that was pliable. It's my fingers that were limp. Oh, shit, shit, shit. Key sprung out of my hand and fell to the floor. I shouldn't have made any sound because it was so pliable, but it made a tremendous metal noise as if somebody pushed over a cupboard. Cling! The sound almost stopped my heart. I felt dizzy for a while. I looked around afterwards to carefully see if I caused any disturbance to the surroundings. Calm down, calm down. Nothing's changed. I don't hear anything. But shouldn't you hear the footsteps? So, am I safe? Calm down, calm down, calm down. Wait, I don't hear anything? What about those footsteps in the distance? Calm down, calm down, calm down. Are they looking for me after they notice the sound? Ah, shit. What is that sound I'm hearing? Is it my sweat dripping on the floor? Shut up, shut up, shut up. How could I hear the sound of my sweat? Calm down, calm down, calm down. Calm the fuck down. I have to clarify. This isn't a prison or a detention center. It's a private school. See? Not a normal one, though. It costs a fortune just to get in. It's a boarding school that provides education from elementary school to university. Being for girls only, rather than a school, you could say it's a factory that manufactures ladies. Some of my classmates here have never even used public transportation. Really, it isn't normal. To me, saying how nice to see you instead of just hi is already insane, and calling the teachers sisters gives me the creeps. I hate the morning and evening prayers, to say nothing of the Sunday Mass. I don't want to memorize the Bible passages, and the Holy Ghost gives me a rash. If I stayed in this institution, that's what I call this place, for many years, I'd either go crazy or be brainwashed. So it's a cult. Okay. Most of the girls choose to be brainwashed, but I can't do that. After all, I was more impressed by the political schemes and international trade behind religious propagation than by the love of God which the Bible teaches. That's my kind of girl. That's why Shion is the best. Because of that, I've been treated as a problematic child from the beginning. I experienced lots of disadvantages as a result. I realized that quickly, I superficially pretended to be normal. However, I got tired of acting, so I started to reveal my true self from time to time. I became a problematic child. Sorry. Once again. People started to treat me differently once again. It's fun to misbehave, but it wouldn't do anything for me in the long run. So why did I act that way? Why, even though I knew it was going to backfire on me later on? After examining my emotions, I realized that I'd completely had it with my surroundings. Wait, is she locked into the school and she's trying to break out? Kind of interesting considering Christianity is very uncommon in Japan. Maybe it's just I mean, if they're trying to breed ladies, maybe it's for political reasons, like foreign stuff. So they want to prepare their daughters to take on like foreign husbands in political marriages and shit like that. I don't know. I was afraid of being brainwashed in this institution. I can't live here. I won't let them brainwash me. 6 months ago, I decided to escape this place. The moment I made up my mind, I started to feel alive again. I acted ladylike in order to deceive the sisters. Pretending became fun once I set my goal. It gave me the creeps when they told me with smiles that it was God's influence that I started to behave religiously. I laughed at them behind their backs. I took on my classmates' duties in order to understand the layout of the school and the schedules of the staff and guards. I soon found out that the security of the school was immensely tight because there were many daughters of important people living there. The guards walked their beat randomly. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. The system that kept out intruders ironically also worked to prevent escapees. But that excited me instead. I simulated how to avoid all the surveillance in my head many times. I drew an escape route in the corner of my notes during class and tested if it worked. I strove to acquire any necessary skills for the escape. It was all fun. After all, the situation was cathartic to me. That's who I am. No matter how hard they try to brainwash me, I'd never change. I'd been waiting for the moment of my escape, preparing physically and mentally. First, I needed the courage to escape. I had to be confident of the plan. I had to think deeply about it. I also needed skills and physical strength. I imagined all the possible obstacles and trained myself. It was funny because I was finally able to enjoy gym classes, even the long distance runs. I needed a perfect plan, as well as the physical strength and skills necessary to execute it. Also, supported by those things, I needed determination. So we are playing Deltarune. I made sure that I had all I needed and executed the plan. I decided to plant a seed in school before the appointed day. The seed was a rumor that one of the male teachers was having a relationship with a student. That's one hell of a seed. Holy shit. Okay. My seed is illegal slandering. Wow. Well, it's all for freedom, I guess, right? I won't go into the details now, but that can turn into an enormous problem in this school, I guess. The school is limited to girls precisely because their parents want to avoid those kinds of problems. Those parents are mostly important people from various positions. Yeah, but you know what they say about restrictions? Like, the more you restrict someone's freedom, the more they're gonna act out. So you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. Hello there, CK. How are you doing? She actually rat said teacher out by name. She's scum. She just wants to escape, man. Then you gotta cut her some slack. If the romance was a fact and was leaked to the public, the principal would have to commit suicide in shame. In fact, even that might not be enough. What the fuck kind of school are we talking about? In the world of girls, rumors spread fast, that's true. Especially when they're separated from boys and are obsessed with dirty thoughts. So this kind of rumor goes around really quickly. No shit. The sisters try to get rid of that kind of rumor and they warn the students not to be swayed by it. But apparently they're the ones who are most swayed by those rumors. The fucking teachers. Of course. This means that I managed to make them beautifully deal with something shady without contacting families or the authorities. So if I disappeared in these circumstances, it looked like I ran away with some teacher. Oh, she's basic. Okay, yeah, that's smart. All the male teachers would deny it, of course. However, the school wouldn't believe what they said so easily. After all, there's a dirty rumor going around. By the time the school finds out about my escape, after they eliminate all the other possibilities, I'll be somewhere safe. I tried hard to spread the rumor that I was involved in the forbidden romance as widely as possible. The sisters questioned me a few times, but since the romance was something I'd made up, they couldn't find anything. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find any evidence. After 3 months, I was certain that I created a solid foundation. I swapped after dinner duties with my classmates so that I could adjust my schedule on this day. I was even able to fill them with suspicion about me by doing that. Now they'll definitely suspect I ran away with some male teacher. Tonight was the night. Hell yeah. I began my chores after dinner. After lights out, somebody will find out about my disappearance. My generous roommate would probably wait about 10 minutes before she reported me to a sister, but no longer than that. I had about an hour tops. Remember me? Do you want me to lie? I know your name, but I would be lying if I said I remembered what we talked about last time. And also how long it's been. I'm sorry. I'm old. It's basically dementia at that point. She didn't read out a specific one. She just wants to, to spread the rumor about herself, but she has to have some partner for that rumor to work, right? But that's enough for me. I took a step off my regular route. That was the first step towards my great escape. I calmed down and thought, The key shouldn't be wrong. This lock is old and firm. Isn't it possible that I put the right one in, but the lock was just stiff? And I only thought I got the wrong one? I realized that my nervousness was making me clumsy. The gloves that I'm wearing to avoid leaving fingerprints must be getting in the way too. I should try the keys one more time. I picked the most probable one and gently inserted it into the keyhole. It's stiff. If I twist it too strongly, it might break the key. The moment I thought of giving up, I felt something in my fingertips. The key worked! I slowly opened the door. I could hear the crickets. I don't have to hesitate now, but somehow I'm reluctant to step outside. I can still make up excuses up to this point. It might look awkward, but I still can. But if I take a step outside now, there can be no excuse. If the guards find me, they'll take me to the office immediately. There have been escape attempts before. That's not really so strange. I don't think I'm the only heathen here. Oh my god, okay. It's understandable that there have been people before who couldn't fit in this place. I'm guessing, honestly, that most of the girls think like that, but they're just afraid to act on it, you know? And at some point, they just give up. So the school is well aware of the possibility of escapees. I've heard rumors about what happened to those who were caught while attempting to escape. I don't want to believe any of those stories, though. You see, all the school's horror stories involved students who attempted escapes. Whatever, bring it on. I'm not expecting to get a second chance anyway. What's that music? What the fuck? Holy shit, that came out of nowhere. Okay. I'm not expecting to get a second chance anyway. Turn it up. It's already pretty loud, isn't it? Okay. I'll turn it up to here. Alright. This is a cool song. And it's also kind of creepy with the... Is that a... I think it's a flute. I don't know what kind of flute. Ooh. And that Persona-like guitar. Okay. I dig this. Okay, let's go. There'll always only be one chance. Things get serious beyond this door. I psyched myself up and pushed the door open. A strong smell was hanging in the air. Is that normal for the outside? They act like they can leave the school, can't they? I'd never smelled this strong grassy smell before. Is there something going on? Do I have to be wary of it? Should I go back and wait for another chance? That's silly. There's nothing strange going on. This smell is something I smell every day. I just wasn't aware of it. It's true, isn't it? Even though I pretend to be cool, I'm nothing but a nervous wreck. Alright. Calm down. Calm down. Is she younger in that scene? Like, this isn't... I can rely only on the map inside my head from this point onward. I'd researched the locations of all the surveillance cameras. I'm confident that I'll be able to avoid them, all of them, but I'm not sure about the guards. They pick their patrol routes randomly after all. I have to take a chance. I can hide myself in most places, but there's an area where there's nowhere to hide for several meters. I concentrated to keep my senses keen. She's doing the Ocarina of Time castle level. Well, I have to depend on my luck in the end. Even if I do my best, the guard might find me by mere chance. The camera is in the way again a bit. Yeah, but like, what am I supposed to do? I can make it smaller. Like that. Now I'm very small. Ah, can this not? Okay, like that. Is that better? If you want to see more of me, you have to let me know. It's gonna cost you though. On the contrary, I might be able to get away no matter how unwisely I choose to move, if I'm lucky. Damn, after all that effort, it just boils down to luck? This is a gamble after all. When I realized that, I got excited. Yes, this is a gamble. I'm trying my luck. This is a game to test the determination to change my life. If somebody failed to escape from this school, that meant they didn't have enough luck to survive in the real world. But I'm different. I'm going to get out of here. I'm testing my luck. Here goes, Shion. I ignored the noisy bugs and concentrated only on suspicious sounds. I heard no threats. The loudest sound wasn't the bugs, it was my own heartbeat. Crunch. Even my own footsteps were so loud they could break my eardrums. With each and every step, my overactive imagination tormented me with premonitions of unexpected run-ins with guards. Countless times that torture grew too hard to bear, and I thought of running. But if I broke into a run, the noise I made would only draw suspicion. If anyone heard running at a time and place where people shouldn't be, they would realize something abnormal was happening. By the way, what's with the footsteps? Like, where'd they go? But if the footsteps they heard were just walking, then they'd likely think nothing of it. Of course, I don't plan on even letting them hear those footsteps. I tried to extend my senses to get as much information as possible. I didn't sense anyone's presence. I might have felt safer if I heard a guard in the distance. I'm worried that my senses might not be keen enough to detect everything. Somebody might be right behind me without me being aware of it. I didn't want to make any noise, so I stopped from time to time. It's like I'm constantly fidgeting. How often do they want to go to black and then bring this screen back? To stop or to run, something within urged me to choose from either one. I can't choose to stop. I have to keep going quickly and stealthily. I'm already risking so much just by being here. Running, of course, would be absurd. I know that. The urge to run continued to bug me. My head was filled with those thoughts as I went through this dangerous territory. I succeed in passing through without running into anybody. I couldn't help but sit for a moment and exhale the rotten air from my lungs. My negative thoughts vanished quickly. Just a little more to go. Just a little more. Just through that bush over there is the fence that separates this place and the outside world. Once again, I strongly felt the urge to run. I suppressed that desire and carefully tackled that final step. The beautiful looking fence didn't seem designed to prevent escapes. While I was worried that somebody might see me climbing up the fence, it fortunately didn't happen. It's even possible that this fence might have a touch sensor. It's too late now. It doesn't mean anything now since I'm already climbing up. I hope she's not getting shot. From the top, the fence seemed about 7 feet high. How much is that in meters? 1 feet is like 2.6 something meters, right? So about 2.5 meters. 2 meters, yeah. That's actually not that high. I'm 175. That's barely more than my own height. Like a huge person could look over that fence. That's a small ass fence. That's a Japanese fence. Okay, I have to go down carefully, just like when I climbed up. I knew that logically, but I couldn't think that way anymore. I chose to jump off with no hesitation. Of course, I regretted my decision during the fall. I got scared because the flight was longer than I expected. I mean, okay, she's like what? If this is actually in the past, she's probably like somewhere between 12 and 14. So for a Japanese girl, she'd probably be around something around 140 at that age, maybe a little smaller even. Yeah, 2 meters is probably pretty high for her. I didn't land beautifully. I fell onto my butt. But there was nobody around to laugh, and I didn't have time to be embarrassed. I looked around to see if anybody heard my landing. Even the crickets weren't interested in the sound I made. I felt relieved. When I said she was cute, I meant that in a non-sexual way. Who the fuck even cares? Why do you feel the need to clarify? It's fine. I looked at my watch. 5 minutes till 8 p.m. Wait, what? It's not. It's barely even dinner time, lady. It was just a 15-minute escape. Putting a number to it really made it obvious how short it had been. Looking back, most of the time I was just asking myself questions and hesitating. I guess I worried too much. But I can't be too relaxed just yet. There's no guarantee that I fooled all the cameras. This place isn't a bank. There won't be a fire alarm going off even if the guards did see me. It's possible they're rushing this way right now. I can't enjoy the air of freedom yet. I hid myself in the darkness and waited. There's still time left until the rendezvous. Wait, does she actually have a partner there? I hate psychological graphic novels. Hello there, Alistair. Then this might not be for you. She has scale defense, yes. She landed on her butt. Oh, this was the first subchapter. That was actually pretty fast for Higurashi standards. Okay, so for first impressions, the pacing is a lot better. Let's say that. It didn't fuck around a lot. It could be a bit more compressed with all the inner monologue stuff, but still much better than before. I watched the school premises while waiting, but it looked like nothing strange was going on. The building was lit up, and the beautiful Western-style architecture made it hard to believe that it was a school. It should be armed with electrifying wires, searchlights, and guard dogs like the prison. This is not Metal Gear. I thought I'd experience a surge of school memories in a situation like this, but it didn't happen. That sort of thing only happens when you have good memories. Now we've got a nice piano going on. I have no good memories of this school, so there's nothing to remember. But if I could pick a series of images to recall, it'd be the luxurious dinners we had every night. So my memories would be nothing but international cuisine, Japanese, Chinese, French, and so on. What the hell? That's just too funny. I burst into laughter. Now bring back the Yakuza Ishin boss theme. Nope, we're only getting that once per game. At that point, I heard a car approaching. I crouched in the darkness. The plate number is the same as I was expecting. That's the car. I jumped out and rushed through the passenger seat, then opened the door and got in. Kasai. Who the hell is that? Oh, is that the bodyguard she had at the end of the second game? The one that was guarding her in the hotel where she then fell to her death? Was that the guy? He looked... Did he have a sprite? Probably got some sunglasses on and looks like I don't know who. Like a guy from a spy novel. Thought this was about to be some kind of trafficking thing for a couple of seconds. No. No, she just needs an escape vehicle, right?
Nice to see you, Shion-san.
The driver was a man of early old age. What the hell is early old age? Am I early old age? He'd be angry if he heard me say that, though. He thinks he's still middle-aged. He looked at my face and learned that I succeeded. He smiled. Ah, the air feels so fresh. I want to eat a burger for a start.
I heard they serve excellent food in the school, but I suppose you were served nothing but gruel, huh?
No way, dumbass. I was just kidding. Step on the gas if you have time to laugh at me.
As you wish.
I don't know if they said this is a sad game, so I mean... Pull any punches, how? Cause I really did laugh out loud. After telling me to buckle up, he accelerated. Also, now we've got Professor Layton music. The cathedral-like skull disappeared from the mirror in an instant. It disappeared so quick that I didn't have time for a surge of dinner memories. Goodbye, my lovely school days. Haha, I'm gonna fill my stomach with junk food from now on. Please don't. I'll forever be free from the table manners you taught me. Haha, serves you right. As we drove, the scenery began to change. Soon, we were surrounded by vast fields of crops and few streetlights. It reminded me that this was just the countryside of Japan, not Europe.
Are you hungry? Would you like me to stop somewhere to eat?
That's okay, I already ate. I lied. I'm actually a bit hungry. I didn't eat much at dinner to avoid slowing myself down with a full stomach. I appreciated Kasai's offer, but I didn't feel like taking the time to eat while we were still in enemy territory. Yeah, so that's the question, like, where is she even going? She's the daughter of one of the most influential persons in this whole district, right? So she has to she can probably be found all over Japan. She's fucking mafia. How are they gonna get her out? Is she gonna leave the country? That would actually be so cool. Imagine a game that is Shion, but she leaves Japan and goes somewhere else, and she brings Oyashiro-sama's curse to France or something.
It's late, so you'll find only vending machines at the highway steps, rest stops. Oh, I've heard there are hamburger and Odin vending machines nowadays.
Huh? What the hell? Will that dispense a cup and the ingredients like a coffee vending machine? That's gross.
I don't think it's like that. Usually comes in a can.
Oh, sorry. I can't stand canned food.
Still, thought you might have grown out of it.
This is a thing that I never understood because we don't really have a lot of canned food in Germany. Like, only canned vegetable stuff. Like, prepared vegetables that are in a can for longer durability. But not actual foods from a can. At least not many. And that seems to be a thing in Japan and other countries as well, where they just open a can that is just a fully prepared meal. And I think that sounds fucking disgusting. Hello there. Hi, Shike. How are you doing? What the heck are you talking about? Canned food. I haven't because I can't. Shut up. Why are you laughing? Kasai chuckled. He must have been trying to help me relax. He isn't usually so talkative. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna get some sleep. How do I recline this?
Look for the lever on the lower left part of the seat. Can you find it?
Here it is. Here I go. Kasai laughed again. Did I do something funny?
No. It's just that the way you talked it sounded like Mion-san.
Well, obviously, Mion and I are identical twins. We're perfect copies of each other. The way she said that makes me suspicious. What if there's like a genetic research lab in the in the clinic? What game is this? Higurashi. It's a visual novel. Technically a horror murder mystery visual novel, but we just started it, so it's kind of lighthearted. And Hello There Comes. That's a beautiful name. When I react to something, so will Mion. When Mion reacts to something in a certain situation, I'll react the same way. That's not really how twins work, though, is it? How's Sis?
I believe she's fine. I only see her when I bring your father to the family councils.
That's right, she doesn't live in our parents' home anymore. She's living with the hag in Hinamizawa now, isn't she?
She moved into the main house around the same time you started going to that school.
I responded with disinterest, even though I was the one to ask about her in the first place. The main house is where Oryo, the current leader of the Sonozaki family, lives. That's my grandma, who I call Hag. But when we use the phrase the main house, that usually means more than just a dwelling. What Kasai refers to is the same thing. Did she change?
You mean Mion-san?
Yeah. I think she has to have changed if she's living so closely with Grandma. Okay. Have a good day, Shaik. That was a very random exchange, but good to have you. Kasai chuckled yet again. He knows I hate my grandma.
I haven't noticed any changes. She's still the Mion-san, you know.
What about me? Did I change?
No, not at all.
Kasai responded quickly with a smirk. I haven't seen him for a while, though. It's not fun if he answers this quick. If she hadn't seen him for a while, how did she even pull this off? Wouldn't they have to, like, communicate it? Or are there other people in on this escape? I glared at him, and then he burst out laughing.
You haven't changed at all. That's admirable since you've been in such a strict school for so long.
Damn it. Laugh as much as you want. I'm going to sleep. Called him. Okay, yeah. No, when she said she hadn't seen him, I kind of suspected she meant they didn't have contact.
There's a blanket in the back. Please make use of it.
Thanks. I grabbed the blanket and rolled up in it. I'm exhausted, but I can't go to sleep. It's strange. Maybe not. I must be tired from the escape. It's just that I'm feeling tense. So am I. Holy shit. So, I have to declare it once again, if only to calm myself. I'm sleeping. I totally am.
Alright, it's the third time you said that. Do I have to give you permission to sleep?
You're talking too much. I can't go to sleep if you don't quiet down.
I apologize, princess. I'll keep quiet now.
This interaction with Kasai reminded me of the old peaceful days in Okinomiya. Well, I don't really know if I can call those peaceful days. We were in the middle of the dam protests back then, after all. Wait, she was part of that? I thought it was only Mion. We all united together, and now that I think about it, we pulled a lot of pretty dangerous stunts. If the authorities ever find out what I did, I'd never escape going to juvie. I mean, I get... Wait, was she the one that... What if it wasn't Mion? What if everybody just thought it was Mion, but it was actually Shion? Well, at least half the people in Hinamizawa would be off to prison. We didn't think of them as criminal acts, though. It was a war. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're not illegal. It might also have been a festival. A festival where every person in Hinamizawa joined together in protest. It was a struggle, but it was also fun. It was fun. YouTube, don't ban me for reading this out loud, okay? It was fun to throw stones at the riot police with everyone. We hid ourselves in somebody's home when they chased after us. We'd even go crowd around the police station demanding the release of our arrested comrades. When we snuck into the construction site and sabotaged it, it felt more like we were playing at war than conducting one. I got so excited back then. I felt united with my fellow members, even though they were strangers to me, and that memory warms my heart. Yes, the way I felt back then was like helping everyone to carry a sacred palanquin. What's a palanquin? Through the village, getting all sweaty and exhausted together, until we all collapsed face first on the ground and shared our excitement and cheers with unfamiliar faces over tea. I was just a kid back then. I remember accompanying young men who worked for my dad out to the village to do various bad things. I was arrested a few times. Why is she so gleefully recounting that? It didn't feel any different, though, than when I was called to the teacher's office for forgetting my homework. Yeah, because you're a minor and they can't really do much. The other villagers were furious about the damn project, but for those of us who were kids at the time, it's a pretty fun memory. All that came to a sudden end a few years ago. It wasn't only the power of the protest that ended the dam construction project. The Sonozaki family and my dad's organization had worked secretly in the shadows. This is top secret information in the Sonozaki family, but it's said they may or may not have kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson. Oh, look at that. What the hell is going on with my camera? That was weird. The good old days of doing crimes with Yakuza. Man, I'm so glad that was my childhood. In order to blackmail him, the grandson was found a few days after the abduction. He was found in the mountains of Yagouchi. He didn't simply disappear, and he wasn't demoned away. That means some kind of deal was made secretly. A year after that, the dam construction plan was halted indefinitely. The police suspected the villagers' involvement and investigated, but they couldn't find any leads. Hold on. If the abduction of the grandson is canon, doesn't that mean that... So, two possibilities. Either it's a canon event that happens every time in every loop, or we are still in the same timeline as the fourth game. Which would mean that... Or which would imply that if we go with the first option and say this is a canon event, wouldn't that imply that the ending of the fourth game, which is the gas eruption, would also be a canon event? And we just never experienced it up until the third game because we never lived that long? Although I guess we did live that long in the second game. And people... Nothing about the damn stuff... About the gas stuff happened in the second game. So... I'm trying to piece this together, but I might not have all the pieces yet. So I'm gonna stop for now. The villagers never betrayed each other. They'd do anything to protect their fellow man. They fabricated fake alibis and fake evidence. It was easy to deceive the police. Gah. The car suddenly shook, snapping me out of it. It must have run over a bump or something. I suddenly realized my expression was a very happy one for some reason. Yeah, because you were reminiscing about your Yakuza background. Ah, I must be looking forward to going home. Wait. You can't go. Holy shit. Thank you, 7R10 Ice, for subscribing. Thank you very much. She can't be going home, though, because if she were... she'd just be sent right back, right? I mean, she was sent to that school on the orders of her parents, probably. Maybe the MC did last for longer because when he was pushed off the bridge, he was knocked out for days. I mean, yes. Isn't that the thing? That the third game was basically just a very, very long-winded way of telling us that the gas eruption exists. Because by sheer coincidence, Keiichi survived it. And then went crazy afterwards, but he lived for long, right? He lived for multiple years after that. There were interviews and stuff with him.
Shion-san, are you awake?
What is it?
Would you like me to take you to the house in Okinomiya?
Where else would you be taking me? I answered straightforwardly with a frown. Kazai then also chose to reply straightforwardly.
It was the family head who decided on your enrollment in St. Lucia, and you ran away from there. You do understand the situation you're in.
The school grandma chose didn't fit me. That's all.
Shion-san.
I know. Shut up. As the head of the Sonozaki family, the hag's decisions are absolute. They're nothing like, say, the 3-second rule. Whereas the decision to confine me to an academy far away from the Sonozaki family was made before I was even born. Shion was the name they gave me. My sister, Mion, has a character that means demon in her name. That was to signify that she's the successor of demons. Yeah, but if you were twins, wouldn't you be able to just swap around? In other words, she would be the successor to the Sonozaki family and its demonic bloodline. My name, Shion, has a character that means temple in it. This means that I was destined to take the veil and be confined in a temple. Thinking of that reminds me of how much I hate this name of mine. For starters, the person known as Shion is an abominable being to the Sonozaki family, because it meant the family had 2 heirs. I don't have to cite the countless historical examples to explain. It's easy to imagine how that could prove troublesome for succession. According to our long-held family traditions, one of the twins was to be strangled to death right after birth. What a lovely... amazing. Unbelievable, isn't it? What that means is that I have to be grateful just to be alive and breathing to this day. I heard the hag actually put her hands around my neck right after I was born. I don't know what exchange took place in that moment. Maybe some brave relative of mine managed to get her to stop. Or maybe she was in an extremely good mood that day. Then don't try to strangle me. We're twins. There are no apparent differences between us. But the first one out of my mom's stomach was named Mion, and the second one drew the short straw and got named Shion. Everyone else was desperate to tell us apart, but we sisters just found that awfully ridiculous. There wasn't any difference between us. No one could tell us apart even if we only swapped heads. We wondered why all the grown-ups were trying to see the differences. Well, our fun as twins didn't last forever. One day, they created an undeniable, clear distinction between Mion and Shion. Mion went to the main Sonozaki house to live with the hag and to learn how to become the successor. And I... What the hell? Where the fuck did that... That was a very random thing that just popped up on the screen. What the fuck was that? Did it come from Twitch? Did it come from YouTube? I don't know. The emote bomb. Yeah, but who did that? I didn't see anything pop up. I have no objections to Sis's inheritance. I used to be jealous, but now I feel like having to learn about and follow the traditions would just make me tired. I even feel sorry for Mion. So I'm not going to be a threat to the family, even if I'm back in Okinomiya. But the hag doesn't seem to think that way. She thinks of me as some kind of evil omen. That's why she wanted to keep me away from her. Hello there, evil omen. That doesn't matter to me. I don't want to see her face either. I don't care if she doesn't allow me to enter Hinamizawa. She can charge me 1,000 yen per step I take there. 10,000. But I want to let her live. I want her to let me live in Okinomiya where I grew up. When I was little, I was in Hinamizawa, but I don't remember it much, and I'm not very attached to it. I do have good memories of my elementary school days in Okinomiya. The town isn't very sophisticated, but I kind of like it there.
If you go back to Okinomiya, somebody from the village family will notice you, and then they'll report you to the main house.
Are you worried that Grandma will hear about me? That might be a problem.
I hope you understand the situation.
What, Kasai? Are you telling me to go back to that awful place?
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is...
You want to know whether I'm prepared or not.
I just hope you understand what might happen.
Well, I know what you mean. You'll be held responsible for helping me escape if things go bad, right? You should caress your pinky finger while you can, Kasai, before they take it away from you.
You should look forward to being rolled up in a futon mat and thrown into the Onigafuchi swamp in that case. Maybe they'll send you to the torture room in the garden.
I heard there's a big torture room in the main Sonozaki house. Never seen it though. I heard they used to torture and kill people, enemies of the village in there. It's just awful, really. Hello, Kiriko. Come here. Gotcha.
I have you.
What now? Yes. No escape. Look. Do you want to escape? Apparently you do. Okay. Why are you wagging your tail in the camera? Why are you... Yes, that's the camera. Does it look yummy? That explains why Mion was so well versed in torture methods. I guess so, yeah. Kiriko, we do not eat the cables. Don't do stupid stuff. Be a good kitty. I hope I don't end up as a victim of that place. Is that foreshadowing? Okay. Everything's gonna be alright.
You resemble your mother in the way you take chances, I mean.
Hey! Go away. No cable. No cable eating. Can you stop that, please? I'll have to remove you from the premises. Last chance. That's normal. She's my mom. Do we know her mom? My dad and mom will be furious if they find out about the escape. I'm more afraid of them than the hag. I don't want to go into the details, but my dad is part of the Yakuza. Yeah, we knew that. He's in charge of the organization, which covers the Shishibone area. He's in a very important position. So is Kasai here. He's an old friend of Dad who really trusts him. I don't know if this is true, but I heard Kasai used to be very aggressive, though he's gentle now. Can you please not do that, Kiriko? I also heard he has a ton of scars. He was in charge of a few large areas, but after he was injured badly in a fight, he retired. Okay. We're leaving. Kiriko, come here. You are going away. Leave. Leave. Accordion is an underutilized instrument. Yeah, that's why I liked that they use it a lot in Clair Obscur. Kiriko, that is not for you to play with. What is wrong with you? Do I have some toy or something I can... Hold on, I'll be right back. Did I lure you out? Now you can go play. Now he's my dad's consultant, aka a drinking buddy. He was my caretaker in my childhood, and now I feel like he's my butler. At first I thought my dad asked him to supervise me, so I hated him. But in time, I started to feel like he was on my side. This is just a hunch, but I think Kasai used to be in love with my mom. Okay. My dad, mom, and Kasai were in a love triangle. Though my dad took the lead in the end. Kasai couldn't leave my mom entirely, so he stayed around as my dad's friend. Well. Interesting, okay. Sure. Oh, that's how he looks. He looks like shit. Holy fuck, what is that suit? Oh my. He looks like a top hat. What was P the sprites? Hell, this is 1,000 times better. What the fuck? What the? Oh my god! What a discrepancy. We're using that. I don't care. We're playing the game like that now. Fuck that. I'm keeping my fingers on the P button. We're switching sprites every time this guy comes off screen. I can tell that from the way he acts. He's seeing my mom in me. Bad. We don't do that. We don't go for the daughter just because we couldn't get the mom. That's why he says I look like my mom every now and then. Kind of gave me the creeps at first, but he isn't a bad guy at all. He's actually pretty funny. I only found that out after I got used to him. So when I thought about escaping, I naturally turned to him. I contacted him in an early stage of my plan and arranged to meet him today. Good. You could call him a conspirator. It's not surprising he's worried about my return to Okinomiya. Considering the rules and traditions, cutting off his pinky finger isn't too far from reality. I mean, this guy looks like he's cut off a few himself. I might be rolled up in a futon mat and thrown into the swamp for real, too. Even so, there's only one place for me to return. I'm going to Okinomiya and nowhere else. That's my hometown. This might be kind of a homesickness, but I don't care what it looks like.
So, what are you going to do? The Sonozaki family is everywhere.
Well, I'll lay low for now. If somebody sees me, I'll tell them I'm Mion.
Then what?
Then, after things calm down a little bit, I'll start talking to my closest relatives. I know they'll be on my side. I know some people who covered for me when I had a fight with my dad once.
I see. You're trying to create a fait accompli so that the Sonozaki main house will have to accept you later on. I hope that works.
It will. There were many people who were who were opposed to the idea of enrolling me in that school. That decision was obviously made because of the hack's hatred towards me. Don't you agree, Kasai?
Well, yes. I thought the decision was excessive.
She couldn't make the right decision because she was suffering from menopause. All the fuss surrounding the damn protest drove her nuts. Kasai smiled. I couldn't go to sleep after all, even though I was rolled up in a blanket. Even though I told Kasai to shut up, I kept talking to him. In time, I got tired of talking. As I could feel the car run smoothly on the highway, Kasai spoke to me again.
Shion-san, look.
I was so tired that I ignored him. I wondered what he wanted me to look at, but I wasn't that interested. Yet I opened my eyes slightly and saw a sign quickly pass by. Kasai probably wanted me to see that sign. It had an illustration of Azaleas. Is it Azaleas or Azaleas? Around the letters that said, "Welcome to Shishibone City. My hometown is coming right up." Oh. Well, ain't that random? Oh, look, we've got all of the stuff. Let's see if there's anything interesting here. Wait, Satoshi is in this? Who's Akane? Is that her mom? Ooh, I like that music. That was nice. That was a good first chapter. A bit too long, but it was nice. Safe. I'm happy because I found a mod that allows me to put character portraits in the FF6 pixel remaster. You sometimes wonder about why I get stuck up on little things like the UI, but then you make a big deal out of not having character portraits in the retro game. That strikes me as odd. All right, continue. AD 1982. Did we get a time frame before? We didn't, right? The fourth year of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Yashiro-sama's curse, 1 year prior to Keiichi Maebara's transfer. Oh, right, it normally plays in 1983, right? So we're 1 year earlier than usual still. Are we still Mion? I think I'll just assume we are. I didn't hear a wake-up chime. I'm not in school anymore. My brain is half asleep, but I'm aware of that. Waking up at the same time as the chime would go off at school doesn't feel good. I can't go back to sleep after this. Still, I'm not going to live a torturous school life anymore. Oh yeah, I can make today either happy or boring. It's up to me. Yay! That's really positive. I feel like I'm alive for the first time in a while. I didn't have any other clothes, so I was still wearing the school track uniform. It's supposed to have been designed by some famous Italian person, but it just looks plain to me. It really doesn't feel great to still be in these clothes from that school. I want to enjoy my freedom as soon as possible. I especially don't want to walk around outside wearing it. I should have Kasai bring me some clothes later. And I should think of redecorating this room. After all, this is going to be my castle from now on. Oh, she got her own room. Okay. This is a room in a gorgeous apartment building in the suburbs of Oginomiya. The property is one a realtor in my dad's conglomerate obtained after foreclosure due to some sort of dispute. That is a complicated sentence right there. Most of the residents moved out during that. So while there are plenty of rooms, it's a lonely complex that feels devoid of people. Plus, with the exception of the manager and a scant one or two others, all the residents are shady-looking people connected to my dad. It probably won't be much longer before the virtuous residents are driven out. The apartment I'm living in used to be the room they'd used for viewings, so it looks like a room in a business hotel. It's fully furnished, but lacking in daily necessities. I'll buy those things over time, though. It's better that way anyway. It'll make it feel more like my own room. I nodded to myself. It might have looked stupid, but it helped psych me up. At the school, there was a TV only in the common room, and we weren't allowed to watch any cable channels. I zapped through all those channels as a form of emancipation. It was early in the morning, so nothing interesting was on. But I enjoyed it anyways. Commercials are fun to watch. Kasai dropped by with lunch right when I started to feel hungry.
Good morning, Shion-san. Did you sleep well last night?
Sleeping on the couch was a bit too uncomfortable. As a Japanese person, I want to sleep in a futon on the floor. This pickled radish is good.
It's good to hear. Please let me know what you need later on. I'll try to get as much as I can.
Thanks. Oh, but you don't need to worry so much about me. I chose this life for myself anyway. And your wallet wouldn't last if I started extorting you, right? I have to be serious about my plan. I can't let myself take advantage of Kasai's wallet forever. I think I'm gonna start a part-time job. Oh, is that why she works at the good place? You know? The great place. Angel Mort, that's what it's called. I have to earn my own living. This is the life I chose, so naturally I have to take care of myself. That's reassuring to hear.
That's reassuring to hear, but are you sure? If you go outside, eventually someone in the family will discover you.
I gave that a little thought, which is why I need Mion's help. Kasai, would you mind calling the main house for me? When Mion answers, pass me the receiver.
Oh well, whatever you say. What could be your plan?
Kasai dialed the number. She's pretty bold, because that would... Like, does he have an excuse for calling? Like, only Mion and the grandma live in that house, right? So, if the grandma answers... Like, I assume that calling there is probably not common and allowed for no reason. You can't just call and say, I wanted to hear Mion's voice or something. It's funny to me that we're calling the main house, even though that's the place I most want to avoid at the moment. Hello.
Good morning. Is this Mion-san? It's been a while. This is Kasai. Yes, good morning. Could you hold for a moment? I'm letting someone else on the phone.
I take the handset. Hello? Can you tell who this is? That voice. But that can't be true. Shion's still supposed to be confined to St. Lucia's. You can't be her. Yeah, they forbid outside calls at the academy. But you're talking to me right now. Even my dim-witted older sister should understand what that means. Did you sneak out of the school? Oh, how? That's not important. I really missed you, sis. Xian. That was as far as I could take it, and Mion had hit her limit too. We both burst into laughter, unable to keep up our act. It's been a while since we laughed out loud with each other like this. It's been forever, Xian. Seriously, what's happened with you? There's not much else to it. I haven't lied or anything. Wait, then you really ran away? Oh, great job. The security wasn't tight enough to keep me locked up in there. Maybe the skull should be grateful you escaped quietly. If you were serious, it'd be easy for you to blow up the whole building to make your escape. Well, I couldn't have done that, but I might have set it on fire. Kasai smiled at us in amazement, his face a blend of amusement and exasperation. Is it okay to talk to you now? It's alright. Granny's out for a lesson. She's coming home later in the evening. That's good. We should get together and talk soon. Just over the phone for today, though. Okay. Did anybody report my escape to our grandmother? Nope. We've heard nothing. I pass along all the calls and guests for the main family now, so no news reaches Granny without going through me. I'm sure she doesn't know. Wow, that's awesome. You really sound like the next leader of the Sonozaki family. You know I don't like that. You should have taken my place. You're the one with the demon, aren't you? Well, keep giving it your all. I'll be rooting for you from the shadows. Anyways, that's not important now. You sound so indifferent. Well, that's okay, I guess. If you hear anything about me, give Kasai a call, okay? I'd like to give you my number here, but I'll keep it secret for the time being. Sorry. Alright. If Granny hears you fled the skull, there'll be all kinds of trouble. I'll be on the lookout for now, and I'll let Kasai-san know if something happens. Thanks. I also have a favor to ask. I figured you would. Oh, money's out of the question, okay? I never thought I could pester you for money. I just want to ask you for a little help with my part-time job. I see. So that's it then. What exactly do you need? We can communicate fast in a situation like that. We don't have to get into details because we know what's on each other's minds. They treat twins like they share a brain. Which... Look, I don't have a twin. But that's kind of not how it works. Right? They're still their own person and things. Just saying. Uncle Yoshiro's on my side, isn't he? I'm going to try and see if I can't get a part-time job at one of his businesses, at one of the businesses he owns. Then I'll call you when I know my shift. So I'll just have to disappear while you're working, right? That's a little taxing. Since when was Hollow Knight a weep game? Oh fuck, I'm still on Hollow Knight. Thank you for letting me know. I knew I forgot something. Let me change the Twitch category. Will only take a second. There we go. Alright. Not Hollow Knight, Higurashi. You know, the thing with Higurashi on Twitch is the whole thing, like every single Higurashi game, has not a single viewer right now. So it doesn't even matter if I go live on Twitch for Higurashi. Nobody's gonna watch it there anyways. But now it's updated. What are you saying, sis? Are you turning down your only sister's request? Seriously? Alright, I'll do it. I wouldn't want to see how you'd retaliate if I turned you down. Thanks. I'll buy you a cake from Schlank's birthday. What? Wait a sec. I'll buy you a cake from Schlanke Bertas. That's a German word. That means slim. You have 3 people watching on Twitch now. Who knows? Maybe you'll attract some mega fans. Sure, come on in. I didn't mean you, Kiriko, but sure, you as well. I'll throw in tons of pretty tarts too. Shion. Schlanke Berta's closed last fall. Huh? Is that so? Yeah. The owner had a stroke. He reopened the store once, but he got sick again, so he had to shut it down. I see. That's a shame. I won't be able to eat their Mont Blanc cakes to my heart's content anymore. I was disappointed that my favorite cake shop had closed down, but more so that this town had changed without my knowing while I was gone. It was kind of regrettable. Are there any other changes I don't know about? Yeah, there are some. I'll tell you when we meet up next time. Thanks. I'll tell you about my school life. Let's set a date. I'll call you. All right. I'll see you then. Mion, what is it? How are you? I'm fine. I'm glad to hear that. I'm hanging up now. Okay. Say you. Comment on this. I think it's kind of scary, but also wholesome. These kinds of things these girls reminisce about. True. By the way, I just noticed when they talked about this whole thing of basically Mion having to disappear while Shion is outside. So there's only one of them who can be outside at the same time, which is kind of what caused the second game, right? But that makes me wonder, wasn't Shion a normal character in the third game, as in they both were at the festival and outside all the time, and she was just treated like a normal part of the group? Everybody knew her, right? Isn't that kind of weird? It's really been a while since I last talked to her. I put down the phone and heaved a sigh. I put down the phone and heaved a sigh as Kasai brought some tea.
So, how did it go?
Do you remember Uncle Yoshiro, who was in favor of me staying? I'll talk to him about my escape and ask him if he can hire me to work at one of his stores.
Are you sure? Some other relative might find out.
That's why I asked Sis a favor. I'll contact her when my shift is set, and she'll disappear while I'm working. Do you get the picture? Kasai looked puzzled. It's not really that difficult to grasp. It's simple. If somebody finds me at work, I'll tell them that I'm Mion. Do you get it now? Normal people wouldn't buy this kind of plan. But Kasai knows too well how easy it is for my sis and me to trade places.
That's audacious. Or shrewd, I should say. I'm impressed.
Is that a compliment, Kasai? Kasai looked amazed. If things go south, it'll affect him too. Considering the rules of my dad's profession, he won't be able to get away with just a mere apology. That's why he doesn't want me to do anything too risky. I think I have to make it up to him, since he helped me escape even knowing the risk. Did they put up a new... Alright, no problem. If I find somebody talking bad about you, I'll beat them up. Thank you so much. I knew I could rely on you, Uncle Yoshiro. Uncle Yoshiro pounded his chest with his fist after offering me his assurance. He seemed glad that I turned to him first. I'd be happy to help, since I'm so impressed that you're trying to support yourself. If you were here for money, I'd turn you into your grandmother right away. What? You're scaring me, Uncle. I knew he was reliable. He understood my situation straight away and promised to help. Manager, here's the shift chart. I'll put it here. One of the store clerks brought out a work schedule. There are many things I'm unfamiliar with written on it. So, how much can you work? That depends on our respective schedules. I hope I can get in when I want to.
Hi, that sounds a little irresponsible. But I know you're in a difficult situation.
I'm depending on Mion for my work. Our schedules have to match. Of course, Uncle Yashiro understood that. But I also knew he couldn't afford a selfish part-timer who only works when she wants to. In the end, he decided to hire me as an office helper, not an official worker. As a temp, I wouldn't have a work schedule. My uncle also decided to pay me out of his own pocket. Wouldn't he do that anyway since it's his store? It's fine as long as I can make enough to support myself.
Sure. I expect to get what I'm paying for, okay? And don't call me uncle in the office either.
All right, manager. Thanks for hiring me.
Good, you get it.
Are we aware that her uncle is making her wear the outfit that you know? I'm That's a good uncle. Thank you very much, Yoshiro. He asked me things like, what was it like in a prestigious school, girls' boarding school, and so on. Apparently, there were all kinds of rumors going around about the St. Lucia Academy I was confined to, and everyone was curious about it. I added a few embellishments of my own as I explained how unordinary life at that school was. My uncle looked extremely delighted to hear all the little details about life in a secret garden for girls. I'm sure he would. He sounds like that. Yeah. That's why this is his store. Maybe not while she works in the office. We don't know. We do not know. Horny bastard. Yes. I feel called out. Once my uncle was satisfied, it was my turn to ask all kinds of questions. I wanted to know if anything peculiar had happened while I was gone. I won't be able to act like Mion unless I can fill in the gap of information left in the past 2 years. There haven't been many changes. It's been quiet since the end of the damn conflict. Isn't this Vienna an anime? I have heard the name somewhere. It is. The visual novel came out first, then they did an anime adaptation of I think the whole 8 games, and then they did a new anime a few years ago that is apparently continuing the story. Also, hello Abyss Walker, how are you doing? I went to the academy only a bit after they froze the project. There was still a bit of tension then.
Even after they shut down construction, things were still tense because the project wasn't entirely cancelled. But the Onigafuchi Guardians disbanded about a year later. There was a big ceremony held at the shrine. That's when the damn conflict officially ended.
That's right, after I was imprisoned, is everybody slacking now that the conflict is over?
I guess you all had fun playing at war back then during the damn protests, didn't you? Try to imagine how much suffering the adults went through every time they had to come pick up their kids from the police station. Good point.
Yeah, and then we get the next continuation in Silent Hill F. I want to play that game so bad, man. I gotta message Konami if maybe I can get a key. I would love to play that game on launch. Well, I can't deny that. It was like a festival for us. Uncle Yoshiro seemed exasperated at how differently kids and adults treated the conflict. Lucky bastard. I don't think they will give me one. They gave me a key for the Metal Gear collection that came out like 2 years ago, and I never did a video on it, so I'm guessing they're probably not super happy with how I treated them. So I'll try, but I'm not sure if I can get one. I'm sorry, Konami, you're getting that video. I promise you, you're getting that at some point. You didn't give me a time frame, so it's just gonna be what it is. Oh yeah, there was that dismemberment murder, wasn't there? Well, that... okay. Doing good, you know the feeling after beating a hard boss fight. What did you play? The one where that fucking jerk of a construction manager got split into pieces? You still haven't caught the culprit behind that, have they? Did they finally catch him? Come to think of it, I don't think they've caught him yet. Nope. It happened on the night of Watanagashi, didn't it? I remember everyone making a fuss about it being Oyashiro-sama's curse. That was pretty scary for us kids. Yeah, Oyashiro-sama's curse. That happened the year after, too. That's right. That was scary, too, wasn't it? Who was it again? That guy who supported the dam died in an accident, right? Hojo, wasn't it? And it happened on the day of Watanagashi once again. Everyone went crazy, saying it had to be a curse. That was horrifying. Definitely. The construction manager that everyone hated was killed and dismembered on the night of the Watanagashi festival. That incident on its own was more than intense enough for us kids. Worse, part of his body was never found, which made it almost a ghost story among us. We seriously believed that the severed right arm was roaming in search of the body it belonged to. Bro, the way they put yeah indefinitely while talking about this seems like code. It does, right? Like, it feels like she's asking, have there been any more like, she's trying to talk about the murders and get up to speed on the more dark stuffs in the village, while trying to make casual conversation. It didn't take long for the rumor of Oyashiro-sama's curse to become a topic of discussion among occult researchers and the like, considering the circumstantial factors. Even so, the rumor faded away after about a year. After the dam project was officially frozen, we held Watanagashi purely as a festival. But the curse struck again. The victim was a pro-dam activist who lived in Hinamizawa by the name of Hojo. And he and his wife were on a trip when they fell from a cliff to their deaths. It was considered an accident. Technically, police were still searching for the wife's body. If I remember right, they never did find it, did they? Once again, the man most worthy of Oyashiro-sama's curse fell victim on the night of the Watanagashi festival. So the fuss over Oyashiro-sama's curse rose up again. Until then, Oyashiro-sama wasn't considered very important. At least in the world of us kids, it was just the name of the object of worship in the shrine, nothing more than that. I'd seen boys peeing on the archway, and I once stuck my hand into the offertory box. The existence of a god didn't matter much to us. But after 2 consecutive occurrences, the kids no longer doubted the existence of a curse. We were all shaking in fear of Oyashiro-sama. Yeah, oh, by the way, how are the ritual murders going? We still doing those? I need to know when I impersonate my sister who leads the shit. Everybody suddenly became interested in the old stories about him too. We quietly listened to the musty old stories the elders had to tell. And we started genuinely believing in the tales of Oyashiro-sama's miracles, which any of us would have laughed away before. Oyashiro-sama's roles were awfully simple and clear. Enemies treating into Hinamizawa will be cursed. Villagers leaving the village will be cursed. What defined the village was terribly vague. Were we never allowed to leave Hinamizawa village? Was going to Okinomiya still safe? Was a single step enough to be out? Was a 3-day, 2-night hot spring trip still safe? We kids tried to draw a line. It was decided in the end that if you had a house in Hinamizawa or Okinomiya, you were safe, and it was okay to go on trips if you had a house in either area. I know it's weird, but those rules were made up by kids after all. According to those rules, I'd be cursed since I lived at a boarding school in such a remote area. I couldn't say it out loud because I felt embarrassed, but in fact, I was a little scared of the curse.
Yeah, it happened again the year after.
It sure is scary when it happens 2 years in a row. Still believe in Oyashiro-sama's power.
Shion-chan, what are you saying? Don't you know?
No? About what?
All right. You went to that school before it happened. That's why you don't know.
Uncle Yoshiro grimaced as if he said too much. As though he'd mentioned something I shouldn't know about. What is it? You can't leave me hanging like that.
Well, I think you're mature enough now. I mean, if you can make her wear that outfit, I'm guessing she is.
Hey, if you think my body looks underdeveloped, you should see an eye doctor. Either that or you're a pedo.
Well, isn't she straightforward? Okay. I'll talk. It happened again the year after that.
What happened? What are you talking about? Tick. When I was very little, I always had this tick before I heard something bad. It was like a gnome who lived inside me was giving me a warning, like he was poking me with a small needle. When I felt this tick before my parents called me, they'd always either chide me or tell me something bad. So I used to run away when I felt it. But my senses seem to have grown dull over the years. Even though my gnome poked at me, I just sat there.
The year after the death of the Hojos, it happened again. Last year, in other words.
Did it happen on the day of the Watanagashi? Again? 3 years in a row?
That's right. You know, there's a shrine in Hinamizawa, the Furude shrine. The priest suddenly died on the night of the festival. They said that the cause of death was an unknown illness. And the same night, his wife threw herself into the swamp. There was a big uproar. The mayor even had to hold an emergency meeting.
That's kind of a weird place to change the chapter. Okay, how do I say that? We already know this, right? So, I mean, it makes sense to bring it up with Mion because she's not aware of it, and to make the player aware that she's not aware of a lot of stuff that goes on. And I think that there will be something happening in the game where she basically accidentally sells herself out or outs herself by not knowing something she should know as Mion. But yeah, I noticed something different, which I wanted to talk about shortly. It's always a man that dies, isn't it? It was the construction leader who was a man. It was Sadako's dad who was a man. It was Rika's dad who was a man. And in the 4th year, who dies in the 4th year? Sadako's uncle. No. No, it's not a man. Sadako's aunt dies. And Satoshi disappears. Okay, throw my theory away. I thought I felt smarter than I was. Um, actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna save real quick, and I'm gonna take a little toilet break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay? I'll even let you see the cats. The cat, because Luna isn't here today. I'll be right back. See you soon. Hello. Dinkler, I'm not sure if the whole gnome thing was supposed to mean something. Probably not. I don't think the bit about the illness is true, but his death was very sudden. The priest was... Wait, oh, that's Mion. The priest was busy preparing for the festival, and he'd gotten sick around that time, so I guess he died of a heart attack or something. But it's just crazy that somebody died on the day of Nagashi again. It's the third time in a row. It's unbelievable that so many people have died on the exact same day. The coroner didn't find anything unusual about the cause of death, so nobody suspected that anything was wrong. But you're right that the whole situation is abnormal. Only the people who were likely to be cursed died on the day of the festival. There must be something behind this. Whether it's a conspiracy or a curse, there has to be. I decided to meet up with Mion at the library near the Okinomiya train station. It's not that I don't trust Mion, but I don't want to let her know where I live. I mean, she probably gets that, right? Not many people use this library, so I won't see anyone from Hinamizawa here. It's very convenient for meeting someone in secret. After we discussed my life plan and work schedule, we moved to small talk about murders. For now, I'm gonna leave it, but I think it might come back into play. I mean, if it does, then cool. But I can't really think of any way it would. I've been away from this town for years. Things have changed. I asked Mion about those changes in detail in order to fill in the gaps. While talking about various things, I brought up what Uncle Yoshiro had told me about Oyashiro-sama's curse. Even... Oh. This kind of has a cool beat to it. Alright. Even before I left town... Okay. can barely hear it. I already did turn it up. Sounds like Donkey Kong music. I don't know what Donkey Kong you played, but that didn't play in mine. Also, Donkey Kong comes out in like a month. I'm excited for that.
Ooh, banana.
The curse had already struck twice. The dismemberment murder on the first year left quite an impact. And the year after, the pro-dam activist couple fell off the cliff on the day the villagers were enjoying the first Watanagashi festival since the dam project was indefinitely frozen. This one also left quite the impact. The evil construction site manager was punished, and the next year the traitor to the village met the same fate. Pretty sure Hideo Kojima did some of the writing. Hey there, B. How are you doing? I've never heard that, honestly. I thought the writer did all of it himself. So honestly, I want to read up on that later, but I'm kind of worried I might run into spoilers because of that. Not sleeping? Is it a time you should be asleep at? Is that a reason? I don't know. If it had happened only once, people would have concluded that it was just a bizarre coincidence. But when it happened 2 years in a row, people were far more likely to believe it was a curse. I know up to that part. And after I left town, the curse struck again for a third time. People talked about the curse more intensively than ever, both in Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. I have to rethink this. Oyashiro-sama's curse has drastically gained credibility while I was away. It was still unclear with the first two incidents, but after it continued for 3 years straight, people's doubts changed to convictions. Even though the priest who died on the third year wasn't an enemy of the villagers, the fact that people in Hinamizawa didn't care for him much added even more credibility to the idea. Yeah, but doesn't that... Oh, wait, we gotta change back. Holy shit, I didn't know that was in the game. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go with that one. He vouched for the game? Oh, okay. I mean, Kojima is known for really, really being into subversive game writing. So, I can see that. Speaking of Kojima, isn't Death Stranding 2 coming out in a few weeks? Yeah, PT had a lot of drama behind it. That's true. That's really true. DS2 is coming out? I think so, yes. Wasn't the priest hated by a few? Why does she look so happy, man? Especially by the committee members? Yeah, they criticized him for being a fence-sitter. Toward the end of the dam conflict, the protesters were all taking aggressive stances, so they didn't like how soft he was being. The priest had looked strict and scary. The way he spoke was always so formal, but in reality, he was very warm and reserved. Maybe it was because he was a son-in-law, having married into his family. Wait. So it was actually Rika's mom who was a descendant of the Furaday family. Didn't they say something about Rika, or like every something number daughter in the family being regarded as the reincarnation? I think I remember something like that. Making like the female parts of the family much more important. There was so much drama with him hiring Tom Burke and putting him in a headband too. I gotta be honest, I don't really read up on Kojima drama so much, so I can barely say anything about that. That being said, DS2 does having Troy Baker playing a crazy punk rocker. Okay, I'm just gonna drop the topic. I'm sure the priest and his personality were the perfect fit for managing the shrine that was used for summer festivals and village meetings. But that gathering spot style atmosphere of the shrine changed completely when the dam war broke out and it became the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Guardians. Prior to the dam protests, hardly anyone worshipped Oyashiro-sama. Of course, the devout elders paid worship to him, but the average person treated our god like how you treat fortune telling. Once the dam protests began, Oyashiro-sama was suddenly hauled out as the symbol of the village's resistance. Yeah, because they needed an out. You know, at least that's what I believe is what happened. They basically needed something to take the blame for the murders. I'm guessing that the first one probably was like a spur of the moment kind of thing, and they needed something to make it less less of a problem for the police, right? Because if it's obvious that it's a murder, then they would be behind this, behind it more and try to cover and try to uncover everything. So the more often one of these curse murders happens, the least likely the police are to take it seriously, which you can see by the fact that Oishi is pretty much the only cop on the force that is still taking these murders seriously and trying to uncover them, right? Okay, you guys are still talking about DS2. Sorry, I'm getting confused a bit. Oh yeah, Dinkler's right. If you like drama, then read into, check out gacha content creators. It's insane. These people are absolute man children. I joined late, so I'm not sure where we are in the plot. Oh, we barely just began. We're in chapter 2, I think. Shion just left her. She just fled from her academy, and she's trying to basically catch up to everything that happened while she was gone. Tracing the Oyashiro-sama faith back to its roots, it was an exclusive, elitist faith that believed its members were descended from a holy ancestor different from the masses at the foot of the mountain, and that those tainted masses should never come near the village. Of course, such self-centered ideology wasn't acceptable anymore in peaceful post-war Japan. So this doctrine was abandoned over time. Still, that idea remained, and they trudged it back up to fan the flames of nationalism and unite the town against the dam project. That kind of explains the whole backstory with the demons. You know? This is the first time we're getting like a realistic back story or explanation for the whole Oyashiro-sama faith. With the revival of those ideas, things only grew more radical by the day. And it didn't take very long for the Onigafuchi Guardians to become aggressive. After that, we were in a state of war. 100 million burning as one. Kill the white savages. Want naught but victory. Adults and kids both were gnawing at the bit, avid to repel the foreign invaders. Describing it like that makes it sound like kind of awful, like a reminder of the dark times of wartime in Japan. But like I said before, for us kids, it felt less like a war and more like a village-wide festival. Higurashi has really good usage of sound. Aren't the games called sound novels by the developer as well? I think he doesn't call them visual novels. They're basically just saying Oyashiro-sama was an inside job. I mean, you could see it like that, but what I took from that was more that Oyashiro-sama was not a thing anymore, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, got dug up again and put in the spotlight when the murders started to happen. I think that's an important tidbit. Yet, despite calling it a festival, dissenters were treated coldly. Their heartlessness lived up to the expression wartime regime. The Hojo couple, who voiced their acceptance of their dam project in the midst of that atmosphere, were truly brave. Then, on the second year of the curse, they died in an accident, and everyone believed it was Oyashiro-sama's curse without question. So they were branded traitors and enemies of the village. The Hojo couple faced worse than just being ostracized as traitors. Everyone gave them the cold shoulder and talked behind their backs. The only person who didn't treat them badly was the priest. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? That's why he was next. They're going from the worst to least bad opponents of the village. Aren't they? While the priest never objected to the anti-dam movement, he also never objected to the Hojo couple's advocacy for accepting the government's eviction and restitution to rebuild new lives. Those unforgivable Hojos became a slogan as the three families, especially the Sonozakis, united the village by turning them into scapegoats. This all sounds like a cult. So they must have found it very shameful to have a fellow member of the three families approve of that, especially when it was the priest of the shrine that had become a symbol for the dam protests. You know what this sounds like to me? We know that behind all of this is a family of Yakuza, right? So basically, the Yakuza needed a cover-up for a murder that happened by one of presumably their members, and to do that, they revived an old extremist religion and bring basically the whole village into that religion and make it from a religion into a cult. And then the thing just grows from there. Is how I understand the inner workings of this right now. I don't know if this is actually true, but it seems that that's what's implied, and I'm gonna operate my I'm gonna think from there for the remainder of the game until something else comes up that flips it on its head again. But I'm still thinking the religion is more a means to an end. And behind it is a group of gangsters. I love so much how so much Japanese media leads back to Yakuza. It's actually true. As central figures in Hinamizawa, the three families were the backbones of the Onigafuchi Guardians, so a difference of opinion was undesirable, and the priest was never accused of anything. But secretly, people whispered that he was a heretic, that he was unfit to serve as Oyashiro-sama's priest, that Oyashiro-sama's curse would soon strike him down along with other rumors. Don't you think the priest was more mature than those around him? He was pretty cool, managing to keep his head and remain neutral, while everyone around him grew fervent. I thought Mion would share my opinion when I chimed back in. So when Mion gave me a forced smile, and didn't agree with me, I was taken by surprise. If he were really mature, I think he would have cooperated with the others. He should have appeased them. He wasn't just the head priest, he was also the head of the Faraday family. That was a time when all of Hinamizawa needed to be united, so having one of the families who were supposed to serve as examples disturb that harmony was... I don't know if that should be called mature. It's hard for me to tell. Let me just stand up. I want to raise my desk and stand a bit because sitting is tiring. I'll just keep an eye on my cables because I don't want something ripped out of my wall socket again like it happened last time. It almost happened just now, but everything seemed good. This is kind of interesting because we're being they're throwing somewhat of a curveball right now. You remember in the very beginning of the game when Shion said she doesn't want to be indoctrinated and brainwashed? Isn't that exactly what happened to Mion? And Shion escaped it because she was not sent to Hinamizawa? Because Mion is pretty much conditioned right now to think from the position of the elder and have the village's best interests in mind. And this is like the first time the sisters grow apart. I was taken aback. I barely managed to say the following. Uh-huh. Even though we're identical twins, we still had our own unique identities. Every now and then, our opinions differed, but usually only over some trivial matter. We've never had a difference of opinion this big. It wasn't an enjoyable feeling. I decided to probe her some more. I don't really like that word you used. Appease. What are you trying to say? Are you saying the priest should have thought of the village as a whole and kept his opinions a secret? Meaning people shouldn't assert the self before the whole? I'm not going that far. It's just I thought that as a member of the three families, he should have acted more carefully. That's what I mean. Mion faltered a bit as my tone grew more like a cross-examination. I realized I was speaking a bit too harshly. What Mion expressed was probably the more mature opinion on our scale. When everyone needs to work together to stand up to a vast enemy like the government, people should refrain from actions that would destabilize that alliance. Writing it out and reading it now, I can understand that. Wait. Are we reading her diary? The Yakuza back that serious? But I wasn't mature enough to agree to such a totalitarian idea. Or maybe it wasn't me at all. It was Mion who made that mature judgment. We've been separated for over a year. I've been away from the town. In the meantime, Mion has been training to take over the headship of the Sonozaki family. She'd been treated as such even before I was confined to that institution. She sat next to the hag in ceremonies and in meetings. She took her place when the hag was absent. But that was just it. We were never that different. Mion has become very like a successor since I've been gone. Uh-huh. You sound like a grown-up now. She seemed to get what I was implying. Am I thinking like Granny now? That's good. You're the successor. You shouldn't think like the rest. You've definitely learned the art of ruling. I never learned anything like that. I'm just trying to act like her. You can do it easily too. I don't want to. It's your role. Well, don't try too hard or you'll tire yourself out. I didn't mean to be cold, but Mion seemed to take it that way. She smiled as if trying to pacify me. I smiled gently back at her. Sis, Mion. What? What is it? Our separation has always been tough. Our names, the places where we live, and our bodies. Oh, wait, doesn't she have a tattoo? Is that how they're keeping them apart? Didn't Shion have a tattoo? I think that was in the second game, right before she took Keiichi to the torture chamber. Didn't she show that? Or it was implied? Mion looked down with a serious face, but then looked right back up. Maybe you think I'm jealous of that, but I'm not. We used to have some disagreements, but they were always small and forgettable. You don't have to feel sorry for anything. Up until birth, we were perfectly equal. Right after birth, we were separated by the grown-ups' priorities. I used to get mad about it when I was little. There's no denying that. But we don't have to start a disagreement over it. Mion seems to understand what I'm trying to say. We each have our own characteristics, even though we're identical twins, only we know the differences. We're also dependent on each other because of them. Mion seemed more dependent. She always worries about me. If somebody gave her a cookie, she'd divide it in two and give one half to me. If somebody gave her a candy, she'd wait until I said it was okay to eat it. On the contrary, I'm cold. I don't care about others if I'm satisfied. I'd put the candy in my mouth right away. I have to emphasize that I don't hate her, and I'm well aware that she loves me. We both know that. Mion must have been hesitating to put the candy of the successor in her mouth and was waiting to see if I was okay with that. Holy shit, hello there. Do your best, Mion. I'll do my best as Shion too. I tapped her forehead with my fist lightly. Mion put her forehead against my fist as if trying to feel the warmth. She's Mion, and I'm Shion. She's the successor of the Sonozaki family, and I'm just a vagabond. That isn't a distinction, but rather our individuality. We shouldn't worry too much about the other anymore. We should feel relaxed, living as who we are with our own characteristics. I didn't have to say any of that out loud. We can communicate by touch, just like this. Okay, thanks, Shion. No worries, Mion. Let's talk to each other whenever we want to, like we've always been. That'll never change, okay? Okay. Okay. Mion kept nodding with her forehead against my fist. I was thinking about something. They really emphasized how much more empathy Mion has than Shion. And how Mion is always trying to please her sister. And I don't know, it kind of felt weird to me that they concentrated so much on that. What if hold on. What if Mion and Shion actually traded places as kids when they were still the same? Because nobody can tell them apart, right? So what if Mion or Shion, like the one called Shion right now, what if Shion, the one we're playing as, who is more egoistical, didn't want to go to the family head's house and live there, like when Mion was pulled over there. And then her little sister, who is currently Mion, volunteered to do it because she wanted to do something nice for her sister. And that way, if we think about it, that means the one we know as Mion would be Shion and vice versa, right? And that kind of checks out, because if Shion was the one that went crazy in the second game, she's actually Mion though, and Mion is supposed to be the one that carries on the demon legacy, right? And maybe that's why she went crazy. Am I reading too much into this? She needs to go to therapy? Well, yes. I think that wasn't even a question. Okay, maybe I'm getting a bit too much into reading into this, and it also makes it much more confusing. It doesn't seem like you're overanalyzing. I'm not sure. But I feel like if Mion is Shion and Shion is Mion, and in the second game they traded places, right? So Mion was Shion but was actually Mion, and Shion in like the one we knew as Shion in the first game, who traded places with Mion, who was the one that then tortured Keiichi, who we thought was Mion, but she's actually Shion. So also music's a bit loud now. Okay, so it kind of loops back around to not having to think about them in reverse, because we're doing a double negative. My brain is getting overheated. I don't know if you can see the smoke. Let's stop. Let's stop. Let's just play the game. I said goodbye to Mion before it turned to evening. We had talked about the things that happened during my time away, and I enjoyed having that chat between sisters very much. We were able to dissolve our unsettled emotions. We didn't used to do that. Maybe it's because we hadn't seen each other for over a year. Whew. It was late afternoon. My heart felt lighter now. I stretched and looked up at the sky. The sky was clear, blue, and far away. No matter how tall I grow, I'll never be able to touch the sky. Yes. I'm Shion Sonozaki, a girl who escaped from the life she was forced to live. See, when she says shit like that, you know, what did YouTube do? Think this is an intricate storyline? It's intentionally complicated? Yeah, I think so. The brain of that writer, let's be real, he's not the most talented writer, in my opinion, because he keeps dragging stuff out way too much, and it doesn't feel as good, and it doesn't have that flow of a really good written piece. It's pretty amateurish in that sense, but the story itself is genius. You know? Nobody will praise me for what I did and for what I'm going to do. It's also huge. Like, all of the stuff that goes into the fact that he wrote a story that needs 8 long games to tell is making me worried for what is going on inside his head. That man is very talented. And if he took writing lessons before he started those games, it would be even crazier. But this is what I chose. I can think maturely too. I psyched myself up. I should go shopping for dinner. Though I have Kasai's help, I need to save money. I love junk food, but it'd be cheaper to cook. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we know that game plays in the 80s. Because that's not the case anymore. I can buy a fucking deep freeze pizza for €2, but I can't cook a meal for the night for less than 10. I want the times back where cooking is cheaper. No, the music is good the way it is. I can see it. I can see the music volume in OBS. It's fine. Maybe use headphones if you can't hear it. No, I'm not turning some music up. Ironically, the culinary classes from that evil school will come in handy. Why not go to the shopping district in Kamiishiki? If I'm going there, then I'd need to take the other street. The cool breeze in the late afternoon felt nice on my skin. Kasai came to the door while I was putting stuff I bought into the fridge. Wait a sec, I'm coming. Oh no, he's back. Okay. I have my speaker on. I'm sorry, man. What am I supposed to do then? My nice Bluetooth one. Yeah, but speakers can never have the volume control of something that is directly in your ears. I shall attempt to sleep now. Farewell and enjoy the game. Thank you for dropping by, B. Good night. Sleep tight and have the most beautiful dreams about serial murders. And thank you for being here.
Did you go grocery shopping? You must be tired.
I don't get tired from grocery shopping. Oh, do you want dinner? I bought enough for you too.
Is that all right? If you say so, I'd be happy to.
Kasai looked curious about what I'd cook. If this was Persona, there would be a joke now about how bad she is at cooking because no female in Persona can apparently cook. Huh. You don't look like you believe in my cooking skills. You'll pay for that later.
Are you putting these in the refrigerator? I'll do it.
Oh, thanks. Is this amount of rice enough for two? Here I go. Kasai still skillfully packed food in the fridge while glancing at each item in turn. How do you skillfully pack a fridge? Nobody in Persona can cook to save their life? What the hell are you talking about, man? I made lunch 5 times. I got that achievement, and every time it turned out well. I had lunch with my girlfriend in Persona, and she said it tastes nice. And then she blushed. I'm not a virgin. I didn't get turned on by that. Yeah, but you have protagonist powers. I also have the power of safe scumming if I mess up a bento. He noticed something.
Shion-san, do you still hate canned food?
Dude, you literally asked that like 2 days ago. How often are we gonna have that? No wonder the mom didn't want him if he's that petty. Just watch a pack food like a pro educational video? Is that a thing? Maybe my fridge is too big. I never run out of space. That was, of course, on purpose.
It must be hard to avoid it.
I know it's illogical. Maybe I could eat it if somebody forced me to. No, on second thought, I definitely couldn't.
I feel really sorry. I know I was out of line then. Please forget about that story.
Ah, shut up. Men shouldn't hang around the kitchen. Go watch TV or something. This is my heart for Shion. I don't care if she's crazy. I want her in my life. In my kitchen. Come here. Please. Noj wants to laze about and let the woman do the cooking. I mean, considering that I did the cooking for like 7 years in my relationship. Yes. I want equality. Kasai chuckled and left. I know this sounds stupid, but I hate canned food. If somebody told me there was canned food in a meal I just ate, I'd throw it up. It started with a silly thing. Kasai told me a horror story when I was little. You know, one of those urban legends about meat made from an unknown... Oh god, we're back to this. Kiriko, do you want to hear this again? I don't. Like those rumors about how there's worm meat mixed into burger patties or dog meat in beef bowels. Worm meat is actually not that bad. Very, very nutritious. Kasai had fun telling me one of those stories before because of how scared I got. He had fun, but I obviously didn't. I even started to cry in the canned food section of a supermarket. That's how much I hated it. I don't freak out like that anymore. Just don't have any worm tea. What the fuck? But I still don't like canned food. Since I don't like it, I don't force myself, and now I live my life naturally avoiding canned food. Which is fine. I don't get why they're so hung up about the fucking canned food. One of the big differences between us twins is that Mion doesn't have this issue. Kasai feels responsible for this, but he can't get rid of me but he can't rid me of that fear. Still, a flaw like this is actually a good thing. Otherwise, I'd be too perfect. Kasai, set the table, would you?
It smells good. Thank you for doing this.
If this isn't enough food, you can go to a beef bowl place later or something. And don't turn off the TV. I hate having dinner in silence.
Thank you for the meal.
So, what is it, Kasai? You came here for something, didn't you? I handed him a cup of tea. I could wait until dinner was over, but I wanted to get to the point quick. The flaw that she doesn't like canned food.
I thought I should wait until we finished, but would you mind if I talked while eating?
It's been bugging me since you got here. It'd be much easier for me to eat if you started talking now.
We received a phone call from the school today.
Today? That's late. Sounds like they didn't want to make it public. So, what happened?
Akane-san took the call. She said she was going to tell your father when the time is right.
Akane-san is my mom. That's what Kasai calls her, as he's known her since before her marriage. So, what did she say? I was lucky she answered the phone, since she's relatively on my side.
Other than calling you a brat, she didn't seem surprised by this outcome.
Of course not. I see. So she hasn't told Dad yet.
She's probably waiting for the right moment. Think she's going to in a couple of days.
Dad is on Grandma's side, so he'll definitely talk to her if he hears about it. Then she'll have her men bring me to her, and depending on my explanation, make me offer a finger or two. Scary.
I wish you could laugh it off, but please remember you're not the only one who... Ouch.
You're eating too fast. I cooked too much rice and miso soup, so you'll have to have another round. At least 3 helpings, alright? A few days later, Mion told me that the hag had heard about my escape. So, how did she take it? She was furious. She said that if you were in Okinomiya, she'd get you right away. Scary. And is that doing anything? They'll hold they'll hold a family council soon to see if any of the family members are hiding you. It doesn't look like she'll have the greenhorns search for you all over town, though. Holding a family council means that things will remain in the hag's hands alone. She won't search the town for me. It's like she's unofficially approving my presence. Of course, I'll get caught immediately if they find me in a large public place. Seems like Mom did a lot to help me. I can tell she's being supportive. It's a long story, but my mom is sort of an outlaw, even though she's one of the Sonozaki bloodline. A long time ago, she had a huge fight with the hag because she hated the family rules and traditions. She was even excommunicated. My mom was supposed to be the successor, but she was deprived of the title, and Sis took her place instead. See, that's why I thought her mom was dead. Because she basically never was mentioned, and Mion is the heir, despite there being a generational gap. So I kind of thought her mom was dead, but apparently she's not. Well, she's quiet now. Mom's still an outlaw. She's always been on my side because I also hate rules and traditions. Dad was flaring up at first, but Mom pacified him. He can't win against her after all. Okay, things. Let me know if something comes up. If things really go bad, I'm ready to leave town. I can't let Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, or Mom lose face. Sis, I know what you're thinking. You're asking yourself why only I have to go through this, even though we're twins, aren't you? Mion was silent. That meant yes. It isn't fair that only you have to live like this. It's absolutely not. Thanks. I appreciate your feelings. Tell me when you want to go out. I'll arrange my plans so that I can trade places with you. She sounded apologetic. I shouldn't go quiet or agree with her. She sticks to things a little too much. Once she goes down, she'll stay there for a while. So I just told her simply, thanks. That's really nice of you. Okay, I'm hanging up now. Talk to you later. Oh, that's the end. Okay. Good. Time to sit down again. And check my cabling while I do that, because I'm very scared of breaking something after having had to change the cabling. But it looks good. I think the way up is more dangerous than the way down. Alright, let's save. How late is it? 2:49 p.m. and we've done 2 chapters. So a good 1.5 hours per chapter. I wonder how many this game has. People say it's one of the longest in the series. Actually, we can see, right? Holy shit, that's yes, okay. Well then. Still got a long way to go. It's a very quiet afternoon, as always. Since I can't go outside as myself, I have to match schedules with Mion when I go shopping. So far, this has been by far the best beginning to any Higurashi game. He is actually learning, yes. I've gotten used to it by now, so it's no longer a hassle. Yeah, but for how long has this been going on now? Because of this, I naturally have to buy things in bulk. Today, I shuttled between shops and my home. I got this, I got that. Oh wait, isn't it a 100 yen sale day today? I forgot this. Being in a good mood, I spun around with my arms spread out. I felt like a little whirlwind. My arm hit a motorcycle parked on the sidewalk. It obviously wasn't where it was supposed to be. Oh no. It's the same thing that happened to Keiichi. Ow! What the? Who parked this motorcycle here? I gave it a kick with no hesitation. There were 3 motorcycles lined up there in a row. It's the exact same thing that happened to Keiichi. They all fell like dominoes. It was a beautiful sight. This is fun, I thought. Being in such a good mood made me leave my guard down. I didn't realize that the owners of the motorcycles were right nearby. They looked pretty scary. They grabbed me by the neck and dragged me into a dark alley. That's a problem. But we're getting a cool song out of it. It's back. Then they called me all kinds of names. Everything was happening too quickly for me to grasp what was going on.
The fuck you are, bitch? What you think you're doing, huh? Fucking bash your head in, bitch. Grrr, gotta pay for what you did.
Wow. They can't really talk properly. Didn't have a clue what they were saying. I had to translate their alien tongue into normal human words in order to understand. We are very upset because you knocked down our motorcycles. You should immediately pay for the repair and compensation. Yeah, that was probably it. That's our offer. What do you say? We'd be happy to listen to your opinion. Something like that?
What the hell?
Sorry, I don't think I can continue interpreting.
What you saying?
I know what they're trying to say. But somebody has to warn them about the way they park their motorcycles. It wouldn't be fair to those who obey the rules if there were no punishment for those who disobey them. This is an accident, but it also must be God's will. But God, you can use me to punish these guys, but how will you compensate me later? I heaved a huge sigh. Of course, I wasn't afraid in this situation at all, because it wasn't a dangerous one for me. These 3 guys were yelling at the top of their lungs at a girl. They didn't look good doing it, and they had too many disadvantages. First, there was the differences in gender and in the number of people. Even if I did do something wrong, as men shouting at a woman, it didn't make them look like they were in the right. Added to that, there were 3 of them. It already looked like it was going to get violent. Second, the location. Taking a girl into a dark, narrow alleyway is already a bad idea, and top of that, they're asking for money, not just an apology. Thanks to these facts, the public will be on my side. So this was a fight they couldn't possibly win. The only way for them to win would be to take my money before somebody finds out. Considering that taking me to this narrow, secluded alleyway might have been a smart move, since fewer people will find out about the situation.
You listening or not?
I knew how slim their chances of winning were. From the very beginning, they had picked the wrong girl. I'm Mion Sonozaki now. It'd be foolish to mug her in Okinomiya. Soon enough, the people of Hinamizawa would notice me and gather around. They don't spare mercy for their enemies, no matter what. The punks didn't know this area well. If they did, they'd have known how silly it was to rob Mion. Plus, the alleyway isn't always as empty as they assumed. The side street is a shortcut which local people frequently use on their way home. In the late afternoon, many people will be walking through here. That time had almost arrived. If I held off a little longer, the street would soon be filled with people. Then the punks would have to go away. I didn't have to do anything. I just had to wait in order to win. This was a simple fight like that. While they could hurl abusive language at me or lift me up by my collar, they weren't actually going to resort to violence. Cheers to the educational system for ingraining the ladies first mindset. Not anymore. But as a wicked person, I wanted to toy with them a bit, even though I could win this by waiting. I wanted to paint them as even more villainous and drive them into a corner that would be even harder to talk their way out of. She is such a bitch. I love her. That demonic desire was rearing its horns. To put it plainly, I'd only need to act as the poor, helpless victim a little further. Like the pathetic, pitiful, tragic heroine everyone wants to sympathize with. In a case like this, I shouldn't start crying immediately because they'd get nervous and draw back. If it were a truly threatening situation, that would work, but I needed something different here. I'd pretend to be strong at first. In fact, I thought, why don't I challenge them? And eventually I'd start trembling, my voice would fade, and I'd get tears in my eyes. It'd be even better if I played the role of a strong girl who's slowly giving in to fear. Mion and I are probably the only ones who are capable of pulling off that kind of stunt. Well, I'm probably better than her. Why don't you let me go now? I already apologized. I talked back with a little hesitation. Am I getting tears yet? Yes. By the way, I've heard men can shed tears on command. I feel sorry for them. The three punks faltered a bit due to my sudden change in attitude, but they soon started yelling at me again. I had to keep it going. By the way, is that real? Can women on a biologic level fake tears? Because I can't. How the fuck would you do that? Ever heard of actors? Yeah, but that's a bit different because you're getting into character, right? So you're technically not really you. I don't know. Is this true? I want to look this up. I had to keep it going. That way they blatantly look like they're picking on a helpless girl. Is she not also getting into character? Yeah, but she's not an actress. Like, not a professional one. I'm gonna look this up later. I don't trust Dinkler on this because he's a bit too into acting to not take defense on that. Please, forgive me. Oh.
What you doing? What's with this girl, huh?
I don't. Oh.
Maybe you should apologize like that from the start.
It looked like they were laying off a bit. Did I overdo it a little? It'd be boring if they let me go now. At that moment. Wait, what the fuck is you? Why is you here? What? Why he there? Why he got a sprite? Holy shit. Oh. Also turn on the console sprites. You're right. Oh, what the fuck? No, go away. He looks like 5 years older in the remake sprite. Like, seriously. I don't like the console sprites in this game. Now I'm having a bit of a problem. I've got to voice him, right? Okay. So he looks like Sadako, but he's a dude. But he's also like what? 14 at that time? 15 maybe? Give him like a generic American dub accent. No, I want him. I have an idea. I'm not sure if I can do it though. You'd hear in like shonen anime. No, that's Keiichi. Keiichi sounds like a somewhat of a man, but I think Satoshi is more of a kid still. So I want him to give him like I want to give him the Sadako voice, the Elmo, but a bit deeper. So this might be really hard because I have never done this before. I'm trying though. Okay, Sadako would be like, cut it out. And Satoshi is, cut it out. Don't you see her crying? Stop it. A boy around my age appeared. He was skinny. He looked weak. He looked younger than he probably was. He also looked smart. He barely glared at the punks. Why does Bro sound like a rat? Yeah, I might not be pulling this off really well.
What the hell? Who the fuck are you? Back the fuck off, huh?
The punks turned away from me to face the boy instead. The boy looked a bit agitated when the punks started yelling at him. They sure were ruthless. But the boy must have known that from the beginning. He must have known that he was going into a dangerous situation, yet he didn't hesitate. What the fuck is this music? I like this theme. This is beautiful. Have we heard this before? I feel like we haven't. Is this new? It kind of feels familiar. It's the music of love. Maybe this played when we were giving, when we gave Mion the, didn't give Mion the doll. Oh my god. I like this one a lot. It doesn't really fit the game with how nice and cute it is. And I have no idea what the hell Dinkler is talking about. There weren't even any bongos in this.
Fucking say something! Why don't you answer us?
Bro, he looks so... Wow, I don't even know the word for that. He must have wanted to shout back at them, but he probably never used that kind of language in his life. So he couldn't have expressed his feelings out loud. He might have not even known what to say. So he just kept on glaring at them to let them know that he wasn't going anywhere. The three punks, though, might have thought he was just lost for words in his fear. But I knew different. The boy was overpowering them with nothing but his will. The punks were losing, so they resorted to violence. Yo, the poor kid. They grabbed him and knocked him down. They hit, kicked, and tossed him around. It looked painful, but I knew it was his victory. In the end, local passers-by stopped the punks. They made no further fuss and just went away. The boy stood up. He was covered in dust. He smiled when our eyes met and asked me if I was all right. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this whole pre-story thing basically giving you supposed to give you like insight into why Shion goes crazy with well, she basically she falls in love and then she loses her love due to what the main family is doing with the whole Oyashiro business. And so she wants to take revenge on the main family, and that's why she kills her grandma and Mion. So is this a prequel story? I kind of expected something else. He didn't look particularly okay himself, though. How could you step into a fight you obviously couldn't win? Pick your opponents better next time. Okay, I want to hear his voice. I'm gonna turn on voice acting for this for a second, because I want to hear his voice to have a bit of a reference. And I expect him to sound like Joshua from Trails. If he has a manly voice, I would be very surprised. That didn't give me much. He laughed. No, that's just a girl. That's just a woman. So what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna roll with it. He sounds exactly like how I thought he would sound. I'm just gonna try and get the Rat King going good. Saying that he was watching from the beginning, that meant he had the option to walk away. But instead he worked up the courage and stepped in. That was reckless, not brave.
You're being a little harsh, Mion. You should at least say thank you. I saw you crying.
No, I wasn't crying. That was just an act.
Okay.
Hey, you don't believe me, do you? Do you really think I'd cry?
No. Nobody believed Mion Sanozaki would cry when punks bullied her.
Why are you laughing? You really don't believe that was an act? I'd never cry.
I believe you, I do.
I realized one thing. He must be one of Sis's friends. You could also make him sound super gay. Gay Sadako. I'm trying that. He didn't seem to realize I'm her twin. He thought I was Mion with a different hairstyle. Gay Elmo. Mion and I had to live separately since before we went to elementary school. Mion was in Hinamizawa, and I was in Okinomiya. I lived in a totally different environment from her, so it's not strange that people don't know me. Actually, only very few people know I exist. I almost told him that I'm not Mion, but I managed to stop myself. Shion shouldn't be here. Oh, this is a complicated... This is sad for her. Like, if she falls in love, but she can't even tell him who she really is, and he keeps thinking he's in love with someone else. He's from Hinamizawa. It wouldn't be good if he thought he saw a Mion look-alike in Okinomiya, so I had to act like Mion. Dealing with him could be more difficult than handling those punks.
Well, I was just relieved because you seem to have a girly side after all.
You sound hostile. What exactly do you mean by that?
I thought you'd kick those guys' butts with some crazy martial arts. So I was really surprised when you started crying.
Hey, like I said, I was acting. Weren't you listening at all? What the fuck? Don't... Get away from me. He gently put his hand on top of my head and stroked it as if stroking a kitten. I could remember somebody doing that to me when I was little, but it had been quite a while since somebody stroked my head. I didn't know what to do. He's a Discord mod. Why did it make me so embarrassed? My face reddened all at once. I couldn't say anything. Hey, are you making fun of me? I stuttered in embarrassment. He looked calm, as if he was used to doing this. How do you laugh gay?
Whatever. Aren't you glad, though?
Glad? What do you mean?
Well, you didn't get hurt.
He smiled while he kept stroking my head. His smile looked divine. No. He wasn't going to stay for long. He'd already saved me from those guys after all.
Well, I need to get going. So I should head off now.
Oh, okay. I wanted to go through all the steps of meeting someone for the first time, but he didn't. As far as he was concerned, he just saved a friend from danger and wanted to leave quickly to avoid seeming pretentious. He and Mion must be friends who knew each other well. So I couldn't bring myself to ask, "What's your name?" Mion's friend smiled once again. His smile looked as refreshing as clear blue sky. This girl is fucking in love. Shit. Shit is all I can say. This time, he smiled a bit mischievously.
Don't worry. I won't tell anybody you were crying. Well, nobody would believe it if I told them. Anyway, nobody would ever believe that our invincible class president cried.
He patted the dust off his butt once again. He walked back to the sunny main road, away from the dark alley. Then he turned around.
See you in school tomorrow, I mean.
Yeah. See you in school. He disappeared into the brightly lit street. I continued to sit in the gloomy alleyway. Oh, that's a metaphor, all right. I could no longer see him. I was just staring absent-mindedly at the bright light. That was the first time I met Satoshi-kun. I'm not even allowed to walk freely under the sun. I met a boy on a sunny day. How come a perverse girl like me fell in love with his innocence? I think we are actually reading a diary. Didn't they say there was a diary of Shion found after the murders in the second thing? Maybe we're just reading through that. So he's going to be dating two women at once without even knowing it? I mean, if Mion also is in love with him, but is she? I think she's not, right? She's just in love with Keiichi. Like a year later. That must be Satoshi. He looks like what you described, and he has a habit of stroking people's heads. Oh, is that why Sadako likes that? How is that a habit? Like, what? How? You're not. That's not going well in 2025. His name is Satoshi-kun, eh? The boy from earlier is called Satoshi Hojo-kun. Mion said that he's always daydreaming, so she didn't believe that he saved me at first. His little sister is always kicking his butt. He has a little sister. Yeah, her name is Sadako. She's funny and shrewd, but is quick to cry when she's cornered. She's fun to watch, but things have been rough on her lately, so she's feeling a bit down. His sister came up naturally in the conversation. I tried to soak up every scrap of information about Satoshi-kun. Why? Why am I trying to ask so much about him? As I asked myself that, the feeling I got when he stroked my head came back to me. I must have been blushing. Hello, Shion. Eh? Sorry, I'm here, I'm listening. To start, I hear Sadako's on bad terms with her aunt. Satoshi's mature, so he knows how to conduct himself, but when bad things happen, Sadako really lets herself go. What Sis told me was very interesting. She told me that the parents of Satoshi-kun and his little sister are dead. Satoshi-kun and Sadako are now living with their uncle and aunt. They don't seem like very respectable people. They're always fighting, and the uncle is cheating on the aunt. He mostly lives with his mistress. Satoshi-kun and Sadako entered into that unwelcome environment. What surprises me the most is the fact that Satoshi-kun's parents were the Hojo couple who were the leaders of the pro-dem activists. That fact must have added something to the situation. I don't know what kind of stance the uncle and aunt took during the damn conflict. They must have taken some indirect blows. Satoshi-kun's parents died after bothering them so much, and even left them their children. The uncle and aunt obviously can't love those kids. Things have gotten worse this past year too. Women can be really nasty bullies. Sometimes it doesn't matter who they're bullying, even if it's a kid. On top of that, women tend to care less about propriety than men. As a result, Sadako seems exhausted with it all. I can imagine Satoshi-kun bravely protecting his little sister, just like when he saved me. So, he must be exhausted too, right? Huh? He must be covering for Sadako all the time. So wouldn't you normally assume that he's also feeling worn out? Well, I don't know. Oh, is that the reason why Shion tortures Sadako? Because she thinks his disappearance is all her fault? Yeah, it's 1 year, Dink. She disappears in this year. He disappears in this year. And then Keiichi moves in, and that's when we play through the game. Mion sounded a bit taken aback. So that meant Mion can't tell how he's feeling, because he's always wearing that blank look. So she never considered it. How can she be that insensitive even though she's around him all the time? I was amazed to realize that. Shion says she's the less empathic one, yet she's the first one to think of Satoshi's struggle compared to Mion. I think that this is basically the awakening of Shion's empathy towards other people than herself, because she immediately fell in love with him. But I also think that her empathy is exclusive to Satoshi. Because she obviously doesn't extend that empathy to Sadako. Even right now, she's only thinking about him and basically putting the blame onto Sadako. Like, she's being bullied and he has to protect her, the poor dude. Well, anyway, what does he usually do? He looked smart, so does he read a lot of books? Ah, yeah, you're right. He likes to read. He's now reading, what's it called? I continued asking about him. About what he likes, dislikes, what he thinks about. I asked Sis all these questions because I wanted to know more about him. It was the first time I'd ever been that interested in somebody. I didn't want to admit that I had feelings like that. Did I fall in love just because of a stroke on the head? Am I stupid or what? When I remember the feeling of his hand on my head, my heart feels tingly. I tried doing it myself, but it didn't feel the same. It never does. I'm stupid. What am I doing stroking my own head? Sis, I'm done for. I became stupid. What? Why are you laughing in that weird voice? You wouldn't understand this feeling, sis. When would I see him again? I felt as if my suffocating life had finally grown brighter. This is not good. She's basically putting all of her happiness into that one meeting and that relationship she has with him. And then he's gonna die or disappear or whatever. And that's when she goes crazy. This is gonna break my fucking heart, isn't it? I don't want to do. I don't want to finish this. We're not gonna see a happy ending. This is still Higurashi, right? Boy. All right. The life I lived really was beginning to suffocate me. I couldn't go out freely, and I always had to make arrangements with Mion before going to work. Honestly, a tragic love story sounds really cool for this series to tackle. Yeah, but it also sounds like it's gonna be really heavy. I thought my life would improve after escaping from the school, but in reality, it wasn't that easy. It's not healthy to live like this for too long. Without any friends to hang out with, I felt like I was hibernating. I'd started to feel the dangers of falling into boredom. Just play video games. All I could think of now was Satoshi Hojo-kun's face. I'd only met him briefly, but my encounter with him had a great impact on my new life. I felt like something exciting was going to happen. Really, I was hyped up like a little kid. I just noticed something. Can I? This is weird. I didn't notice this, and we've seen this screen before, right? But have you seen something out of place in this? In this little background screen here? I'm specifically talking about this. In what universe does a fenced area create the biggest crease in human history in a fucking concrete floor? Like, who sat on this to create this crease? Hanako from Persona 4? Someone on the jackhammer smoked weed for the ship. Yeah, it looks like it grew through the concrete. The more I thought about it, I realized I'd been thinking about him a lot lately. This might be a crush. Felt a little ridiculous idolizing him in such a romantic way, though. Then, out of the blue, I got a chance to see him again. Well, you gotta think about this that way. She's a girl in the effectively like the middle of her puberty. She went to school with only women, and going against anime tropes, she didn't turn into a lesbian. So this girl is probably horny as fuck. And she meets a dude that treats her well. She's got her heads in the clouds and then some. Oh? I saw a familiar face at twilight in the park. He was sitting on the swing. He looked like he was zoning out or maybe deep in thought. He didn't notice me even though I was right in front of him. I reminded myself to speak and act like Mion before talking to him. Hi. What are you doing here? Mion. Fuck. My voice is giving out. This is actually... Doing the Mion, the Shion voice for 4 hours is not that easy, honestly.
Mion, you surprised me.
You don't look surprised. I've been standing here for a couple of minutes now. Didn't you notice me?
Have you? Oh, sorry, I didn't.
He smiled self-derisively and shrugged. He looked depressed, like something was troubling him. Is something bugging you? You can talk to me if you want. Maybe I can help.
No, that's okay.
Come on. I owe you one from before, Satoshi-kun. Or maybe you don't think this is... Or maybe you don't think this old man can be of any help. Don't you know how mighty I am?
I'm okay. You don't have to help me.
Huh. What is it then? Are you saying that you don't need any help from a girl? Thinking him unfair, I puffed up my cheeks in a sulky gesture. Satoshi-kun noticed that and smiled.
No, Mion. It's just I messed up my swing when they needed me the most.
I mentally rifled through all the information about Satoshi-kun that Sis had given me. Oh, right, he plays baseball, right? Hold on. Didn't they say that Satoshi went crazy and paranoid like Keiichi did in the first game before he disappeared? So are we going to see his descent into madness from Shion's perspective? That actually sounds really interesting and extremely depressing. This is getting worse by the minute, man. The more I think about it, the more disturbing and heartbreaking it becomes. He doesn't look like much of an athlete, but apparently Satoshi-kun belongs to a junior baseball team. They're called the Hinamizawa Fighters. I doubt he's very skilled since I didn't hear much about his contributions to the team. Maybe that's why he doesn't tell many people that he's a member. Given how down he felt as a result of messing up, though, he must be fairly dedicated. I deduced all that from what Sis told me and carefully chose my words as to sound like her. What? Are you feeling down just because of that?
Hey, it's not that easy to get over, Mion. I pat his back while chuckling. Satoshi-kun would probably call me insensitive. I knew I should listen to him rather than trying to cheer him up. Acting like sis was probably the wrong thing to do in this case, but I had no choice. This was just how she'd react in this situation. Instead of feeling down, you should practice even harder and aim for your chance, you know? Practice makes perfect here. Well, if you want to beat the opposing pitcher so badly you're willing to pull some tricks, then I might be able to help you in a few ways. There's no way. There's no point if I cheat. Satoshi-kun hung his head after letting his regrets out with a big sigh. Surrender, defeat, resignation were all visible in that gesture of his. Are you quick to give up or persistent? If you're a man, then don't you want to be a star and have your 15 minutes of fame? Satoshi-kun grinned and said yes. Of course. Of course. That'd be wonderful. But that's not why I play baseball. I just have fun batting and throwing the ball. You can understand that, right? This old man isn't sure. I only love games that I can win. I don't understand how you can love something when you can be the best at it. That really sounds like you, Mion. Having realized that I'm trying to make him feel better, he laughed along.
Wasn't that the team with the pedo coach on it? It was.
He didn't look depressed anymore. I guess he was just feeling down because of the game. He wasn't as depressed as I thought. Maybe I just jumped to conclusions when I saw him sitting alone in some park. You always put forth your best effort to win. That's admirable, I think.
Dude, I can't get his voice right anymore. Kiriko, can you get his voice right? Can you do it? What now? Why are you burying your head in my arm? Yeah, you don't want that, right? Okay. What are you doing? Yes, that's... Let Kiriko do the voice. She'd be the perfect Satoshi. Please do not bite the cables again. She's lying there behind my soundbar and the monitor and looking at me menacingly. And now she's yawning. Yes, go to sleep, honey. I'll let her lie there for a bit. He smiled gently and stood up. Then he started stroking my head. All of a sudden, I totally wasn't prepared for that. Dude, what the fuck? Can you stop coming so close? What? Oh. I thought this when he did it last time, but how can he stroke someone's head so easily? I felt like I had turned into a little kid. Memories from kindergarten came to my mind. My face must have been red. I felt embarrassed, but also like I was in heaven. Kiriko! We don't bite cables in heaven. Don't do that. Satoshi-kun stroked me as though petting a cat. I was blushing with my eyes closed. This is so fucking anime. Kiriko! Stop it. Last chance.
I felt helpless, like a girl being treated by the dentist with her mouth open and her eyes shut.
Okay, you are gonna be treated by the dentist because I'm gonna pull out your fucking teeth if you don't stop eating cables. Can we please be a good kitty for once? How about not biting me? Mo. How about not biting me, huh? What do we say to that? Do we say anything to that? Do you want to say something into the mic? You're just looking at it now. So what are we doing? No, 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 no. Come on, sit in your tree. There you go.
Satoshi-kun didn't seem to notice my feelings at all. He didn't seem to care. I hate him. With my eyes still closed, I waited for him to finish. This sounds wrong. He suddenly withdrew his hand.
I need to get going. My aunt wants some stuff, so I have to go to the grocery shopping.
Okay. My voice faltered.
What are you doing now? Dude, don't eat the curtain. Her mouth is open, her eyes are closed, and she's waiting for him to finish. That's a world-class combo. 14-year-olds for you, man. It's just how it goes.
I was so embarrassed. I'm going shopping too.
What? You are? I thought the maids did all your household stuff.
Shoot, I messed up. In the main Sonozaki house, the maids do everything. Therefore, Mion hardly goes grocery shopping, and she's bragged to some people about that. I should have known better. Still, it wouldn't be too hard to find an excuse. I just happened to be in town, so I thought I'd help out with the household stuff. Is that a problem?
That doesn't sound like you. You always avoid doing boring stuff like that.
You talk too much. Oh, stop stroking my head. Satoshi-kun seemed to be having fun with how embarrassed I'd get when he patted me. Anyway, I managed to talk my way out of it. He didn't seem to really care about the details.
Yeah, because he's dumb. He a dum-dum.
While walking with Satoshi-kun in the shopping district of Kamiishiki, it suddenly occurred to me. Why had I messed up? I'd known Mion would never go grocery shopping. What an amateurish mistake. Did I make that mistake when I was pretending to be Mion? No, I was probably speaking as Shion. I couldn't keep lying to myself. I had to just admit. It was simply because I wanted to spend as much time with Satoshi-kun as possible. It was easy to see why I was so attracted to him. I'd found something intriguing in my boring life, and I didn't have to feel tense because he thought I was somebody else, etc., etc. His easygoing nature made him fun to be around, and his habit of petting people on the head was fun too. From these symptoms, I could tell I was embracing the feeling of love. I was just casually enjoying that feeling.
Don't casually enjoy love.
It wasn't that I fell in love with him. I was just having fun.
Look, I'm 14-year-old shouldn't talk like that.
I could simply spend some fun time with Satoshi-kun without having to think too much.
Why does she make him sound like a freaking fling?
Which one is broccoli? The green one or the yellow one?
That's cauliflower, Satoshi-kun. Hey, could it be that you can't tell the twos from cabbage either?
I'm not that bad. I'm doing my best here.
Satoshi-kun stared at the heaps of broccoli and cauliflower.
Is this supposed to be a joke because his sister also can't do it?
After thinking for a while, he reached out for the wrong one. That's not it. Watching you shop is like being on a roller coaster. It's a lot of fun for me, though.
You got me. Sadako can't tell the difference either. Which is broccoli and which one is cauliflower?
You guys are too funny. Sis had told me that Satoshi was a flaky big brother to his nagging little sister. I hadn't met Sadako, but she must be having a tough time dealing with Satoshi-kun. He stumbles over everything he buys, after all.
Did she literally stumble?
That's cooking salt. It's mixed with pepper. It's different from regular salt.
Oh, is it? I think I saw salt and pepper separate in a science experiment once.
Stop making excuses and just put it back on the shelf. This is normal salt. What are you getting next?
Boing.
You're being a great help me on.
You look smart, but you have serious issues. I think you should study more.
That's a little harsh. There. Is this it? In it goes.
Ah! That's not it! Don't just throw anything in the basket. Check the price and how many servings it is first.
Isn't this exactly the same thing that Sadako did with Keiichi? I feel like we're just reversing the gender roles now.
My first impression of Satoshi-kun was that he was strong and reliable. But the more I spoke to him, the more surprised I was at how clumsy and unreliable he was. How do I put it? It was hard to leave him alone.
Girl, you got issues. You gonna have so much relationship trouble in your future. If you think like that, you're getting the worst kinds of guys.
He was dangerous on his own. If he wasn't careful, he might start wondering, do you cross the street when the light is red? Or was it green? And get himself run over by a dump truck.
And then he gets isekai'd. What, she sounds like she's having a cute little romance? Yeah, she also sounds like she's attracted to guys that can't take care of themselves. Maybe you'll get it when you're a bit older. Your total is 1,780 yen. Do you have a member's card?
Huh? Oh, yes. I do. Where is it?
Oh, sorry. We can't seem to find it, so we'll be alright for today. I finished checking out, ignoring Satoshi-kun as he fished through his wallet full of receipts.
That was horrible, Mion. You made me waste points.
Don't go slowly fishing through your wallet to look for your member's card in the middle of the evening shopping rush. There was a huge line behind us. Didn't you notice all the evil glares from all the old ladies? Listen, at times like that, you should get it out before reaching the register.
Oh, right. That's good to know.
It's not only when you go shopping, the same thing goes for when you ride a bus. Sarushkin, I bet you don't open your wallet and start looking for change until you're about to get off and have to pay while holding everyone behind you.
No, everyone walks by me and pays their own fare.
You know what that means? You're being a super huge bother to everyone. You need to have the money out beforehand. That's just good manners. Do you get it?
Look, they aren't even together, but they haven't even known each other for a week and she's already mothering him. Like, this guy is gonna turn out so unself-sufficient that he's gonna guilt trip the girl into staying with him despite him only causing problems for her. He is not a good catch. Satoshi has it way better than he thinks. Yes.
Okay. You're scary today, Mion.
Sarushkin smiled as if patronizing me. I couldn't believe it. He was definitely the type who made women want to protect him. Sure, he was fine as he was when he had a busybody like me around him, but I couldn't stop worrying whether he was able to function in society without someone like that nearby. We got plastic bags and sorted out what we bought. Sarushkin put a bag of tofu at the bottom of the bag. I slapped his hand and put a milk carton instead. Okay, there we go. Now your aunt won't freak out when she opens this shopping bag in her kitchen.
Thanks. You helped me a lot. I don't think I'm very good at shopping.
I mean, sure, he's weak in some areas, but he seems like he has some redeeming qualities. Dude, you don't have to discuss the dateability of Satoshi. I'm just making a joke. You need to get that.
Just shopping. That's definitely not the only thing. Just kidding. I had realized a few things while I was spending time with him today. He's not just bad at shopping, he's also chronically clumsy. In general, you'd call him a slow thinker. That meant when he stepped into the quarrel with the punks, he must have needed a lot of courage. He might be a simpleton, but he's not stupid. He's aware of his weaknesses. So, he must have been aware of the danger in that situation. He could have chosen to walk away even though I was in trouble. But he chose to be a man and stepped in. That was really admirable. That was really admirable of him.
What? Can you... He's gonna do the scary eyes at some point and do that. Suddenly pop up like that.
Good boy. You did a great job. There.
Oh, she is stroking his head now.
What is it? Don't stroke my head.
I'm rewarding you for shopping successfully today. There.
You're making fun of me, aren't you, Mion?
No, I'm not. Can you go home by yourself? Do you know how to get there?
You are making fun of me.
Sarushkin's sulky face flushed red. He's just too cute.
Yeah, this woman has a problem. This woman has a problem.
At that point, I caught a glimpse of a billboard in the corner of my eye. Piano lessons. Call XX.
I would never call XX.
Abacus class. Junior baseball team. Members wanted. It was a posting for the team Sarushkin belonged to. It showed the day, time, and place of their next practice. By then, I knew just how flaky he was. I figured he must be just the same as when playing baseball.
I'm sorry.
Satoshi-kun realized that I was reading the posting. He looked uncomfortable and walked away. I know what you're thinking. I beg you, Mion, don't come see me playing baseball. Am I right? What does that mumbling mean? I know I'm right.
Can you stop doing the mumph all the time? I don't know how to voice that. What the fuck, man? No, you whinge and call him good boy. I know you grew up in a weird generation, but can I just tell you that calling someone a good boy is something that moms also often do to their kids, or to kids in general. It's not just a furry thing. Just saying, you know? It's not as weird as you make it out to be. It is a bit weird, but it's not completely weird. She's not that far gone. She just has a she has a bit of a complex of wanting to take care of her partner too much. Women have that sometimes. And it can cause problems. Bad problems for both sides.
Satoshi-kun became quiet after mumbling something. It seemed like he couldn't say anything back since I had been right on the money. Satoshi-kun, you're just too cute. I don't think going silent is a good way to dodge the issue. Well, that might have just been the way innocent people like him would react in a situation like that. See you, Satoshi-kun. It's getting dark, so be careful on your way back.
Aren't you going home, Mion? To Hinamizawa?
I have to make a stop somewhere first. Don't worry about me.
I'll help you this time, in return.
I'm okay. What are you going to help me with anyway? You should learn to support yourself before you try to help me. You're really mean today. He seemed to have some pride at least. He looked a bit upset because he was teased by a girl, but in contrast, I felt very satisfied. As a result, I forgot to keep my guard up.
Thank you for the help. That was sweet of you.
And now she's melting.
Whoa.
You probably haven't watched that far yet, Dinkler, but this is like literally out of Witch Watch. Without the boing.
While wearing a bright smile, Satoshi-kun suddenly started stroking my head again. I know he's teasing me, but I can't reject him. He keeps doing it only because he's realized I won't resist. Oh.
Why do I have to voice shit like that, man?
See you, Mion. You should go home before it gets dark. See you in school tomorrow.
Yeah. See you in school tomorrow, too. In fact, I wouldn't see him tomorrow at all. It felt awkward, but I had to settle for that. I had to thank Sis for letting me use her name. After I separated from him, I found myself giddy and wishing to see him again as soon as possible. I wanted to know more about him. I couldn't wait for my next chance to see him. Actually, maybe there was something I could do. Just like when I obtained my freedom from St. Lucia's, I could choose how to live my life. Whatever, it wasn't that complicated. I just wanted to tease him more. I wanted him to stroke my head more. And, whatever. I already knew the schedule for his baseball team.
Oh, is she gonna show up at practice? Oh. Oh boy, this is not gonna... She's gonna get greedy and cross boundaries. And because of that, she's gonna get caught. And then she's gonna get thrown in the torture room. And when she comes out of the torture room, Satoshi's gonna be gone. And she's gonna think, or she's probably right about that, right? But she's gonna think that as punishment, in addition to the torture, for fleeing from her fate or trying to flee her fate, they made Satoshi disappear. And she's gonna go completely bonkers because of that. But she's a smart girl, so she plays it off and waits for her chance to take revenge on her sister. And then Keiichi comes into the picture, and she notices that her sister develops feelings for that man. And because of that, the second game happens, where she basically rips her love apart, just like her sister, or she thinks her sister did to her a year prior. And I think I'm gonna break from this game because that sounds so disgustingly sad. It all plays way too much into how the second game played out. I don't even want to think about that, man. It's sad. It's scary. And seeing her descend into madness from the first person perspective this time, and not from Keiichi, who is just stupidly working his way through a mystery. You know, it's gonna hit so much more. I get what they're going for, and I'm really hoping it's not gonna happen, because I'm kind of cooking up the worst case scenario here, and I like Shion too much, man. I don't want that for her, especially not with this. Like, before, we knew her as the teasing hot girl, right? But now she also has that cute and sensible side, and it's Higurashi. It's gonna get ripped apart, man. Bro is spoiling without even seeing the story. How would I spoil anything? Like, the game is giving us these informations, right? We've played the second game, so we know how this plays out, or at least I assume it will. Because you gotta realize, even though these are apparently separate loops, if the same things happen, the same loop is gonna happen, right? We're starting from the same starting point every time. Because you predict stories with sniper accuracy. We'll see that when I finish Persona. If hopefully my hope for that turns out right. I'm gonna do that tonight, probably. How long is the stuff I still gotta do? Maybe 2 to 3 hours if the dungeon isn't super long. So I can probably do that tomorrow or today. Tomorrow morning before I leave. We'll see. But I'm hoping to finish over the weekend so I can work on the review as soon as possible. Speaking of Persona, before I finish this off, and while I'm talking to Dinkler anyways, I wanted to talk to you about something. Persona 5, the mobile game thing, is coming out in like 2 weeks, right? I want to play that. Or I want to at least give it a shot, but I don't want to be spoiled about Persona 5. So I was thinking of starting Persona 5 as soon as I finish 4, but then I'm thinking, I'm not gonna finish the game in that time frame, even if I only played Persona 5, right? It's the same length or maybe even longer than 4 from what I hear, and I'm not gonna finish that in like 1.5 weeks. So I have a bit of a bit of a task for you, Dinkler, if you want to do that. Can you find out if Persona 5 gets spoiled by the mobile game, or if I can play the mobile game without being spoiled on Persona 5? Because I'm worried that if I go to Reddit and look for stuff about that, I'm gonna get spoiled. It's a Persona Reddit is like a minefield. Like there is so much. These people don't hold back, and I'm worried I managed to contain it to Persona 4 so far. But I've read names thrown around of the killer, for example. In like completely unrelated threads about some side quest. Not the best place to be if you haven't played the game yet. So I'm scared to check any Reddit threads. You will totally get spoiled. Also, you will have to witness diabolical levels of cringe on the Reddit. Yeah, that's why I won't go there. So I would love if you could tell me if it spoils you, and preferably like if you could Google that, because you can't get spoiled, right? But I can, and I'd like to play the game at launch to get all the launch rewards and stuff. So just very, very minor looking into it would help me out a lot. You got 2 weeks for that, right? I'm counting on you, bro. Anyways, that's it for today. I'm very tired because voicing a girl in love, I'm trying my best to put a bit of affection into my voice when I do that, and it's tiring me out. I am not the most affectionate person on the world. You guys know that. So I'm tired. I am also very happy with how this game has been going so far. Because the pacing has been much better. The characters are more interesting. I am kind of missing the main cast a little bit because they give the game a bit more life. I thought the same was true for the fourth game, where the there is a bit too much inner monologue for me. It makes it drag out a bit. It's not bad, but it's like it could be a bit better if we had a bit more characters, but I'm assuming we're going to meet them soon. Sorry. So far, I'm very happy. This is definitely the best start out of all of the games. If it's going to be the best game, what the hell happened to my backgrounds? Wallpaper engine fucked something up. That black bar isn't supposed to be here. Where am I? Here? No gotcha game jump scare. Okay. Can you hate Hu Tao? Is there a person alive that hates Hu Tao? She's cute. She's funny. It's fine to have her as a background. It's not like this is porn. Yet. I don't hate her, but she jump scared me. And you be happy about it. You damn right be happy about it. Anyways, yeah, that's it for today. We're probably gonna do the same schedule for next week because it worked fairly well. Obviously, a lot less people are watching Higurashi than Hollow Knight. It's just how it is, right? It's a very niche series. It's fine. I don't mind. It's a bit of a more chill stream, and as long as the people who come here to watch Higurashi have fun, like Dinkler and Tony, I'm happy to provide. So we're going to do that next week as well. And I'll post the particular schedule to the Discord again, but it's not changing, so everything's fine. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a good day or night or whatever, and a good weekend, by the way. And I'll see you guys on Wednesday for more Hollow Knight. Or if you want, I'll see you guys tomorrow on my channel for a new video review that I'm uploading. So maybe watch that. That would be nice. Give me feedback. Goodbye.